Chapter 1. Uprooting in the Snow. Naruto leaned against the tree and used his goggles to check for Mizuki. He saw Irika talking to him and inwardly smiled, then began to breathe as a strange sensation came over him, Mizuki's words flowing back to him. I don't care what the bastard says. I am Naruto Uzumaki, not the fox. Smart you were young one. Who is this? I am the QB, here to pass on what I was assigned by the Shinigami to do. Could you explain a little more, please? The Shinigami ordered me to attack your village and your father to seal me inside you. My job is to deliver you the power for the job the Death God has bestowed upon your family members to finish that is now rightfully yours. Now, suppression seal, Kia. Naruto felt his body act on its own, and his eyes felt fuzzy, which was quickly followed by a chakra pulse hitting them. He rubbed them and looked at a puddle near him, seeing his eyes green on the outside and icy blue on the inside. Now die Irika. Naruto suddenly felt the power take over and yelled at Mizuki, who smirked and tossed the oversized buzz saw of shuriken at him. But he snapped, and it was impaled by a branch extending from a tree. Next, he looked at Mizuki and did a set of hand seals at a speed he didn't think possible and slammed his palms on the ground as a rocket of water shot up from under Mizuki and froze. Ice style, freezing water pipe jutsu, he called out in a voice older and more experienced than his own. Irika looked at the blonde in disbelief as the aura of power faded and he fell to his knees. Irika ran to him and leaned him against a tree, checking his pulse. You okay, Naruto? Yeah, Irika-sensei. Irika smiled and then told him to close his eyes. Why? You'll see, Naruto. The blonde mentally shrugged and closed his eyes. He felt a weight on his forehead and wondered what it could be. Okay, open them. He gasped as he felt the headband and traced the insignia on it. Woohoo! Hokage's office. That jutsu, it belonged to the Nidaime Hokage, yelled Kakashi, shocking the other jounin in the room. And I didn't get to copy it. He broke down on the floor, crying and sucking his thumb, making everyone else sweet drop. Now, who wants Naruto on their team? Hands shot into the air, but a random academy teacher spoke up. Lord Hokage. Although Naruto would have been placed on Kakashi's team since he was the dead last, we had a last-minute entry named Sai who has been ordered by you to spy on the Uchiha to check his mental stability. Remember? Oh yes, thank you. He tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking, then snapped them all of a sudden. Someone give me Yamato and Hate stat. And Anko if she isn't drunk. Once all the other jounin had gotten their team assignments, Yamato and Hate stood before the Hokage, Hate having dropped the Jinjutsu that made him sick. What is it, Lord Hokage? Asked the wood-wielding jounin Yamato. He was thought to be the only one in the village able to use Wujutsu because he was infused with the first Hokage's DNA, Tsunade, the fourth's, and Naruto's DNA. Insert dramatic background music here. I have a very special genin without a sensei or team, so I want the two of you to train him. I mean, no disrespect, my lord, said Hade as he held his hands behind his back. But why should this genin have two of Kenoha's most skilled jonin, especially Yamato? Well, he's the great-great-grandson of the first and second Hokages, and has awakened his Kekkei Genkai from the first and the Nidaime skill at Ice-style jutsus. Yamato will train him in Wujutsu, while you teach him Kenjutsu. With shocked expressions, they replied, Yes, sir, Lord Hokage, sir. They blurred into black lines as they went in separate directions. Sarutobi sighed, then the door was knocked on, and his former teammates and Danzo walked in. No, now go away, he said, knowing what they came to talk about. But Lord Hokage dash. Out, now, he yelled, and they left him with angry stomps. He sighed once again and cast his old gaze upon the man who was both his successor and predecessor. Why did you waste your life on such idiots, Minato? Hey, old man, I need to ask you something. He turned to look at the number one, knuckle-headed, hyperactive ninja in the village as he entered the room with a strange mix of anger, surprise, and resentment on his face. What is it, Naruto? Well, for one, why didn't you tell me about the fox? You know, the one sealed inside me and all. Sarutobi's face turned to shocked horror in an instant. Then he began to clam down as he explained his emergency decision. Well, I thought you would break down emotionally and mentally, and I didn't want to see that happen. Okay, then give me my inheritance. What inheritance? He asked, never meeting Naruto's eye. And now the fourth was my dad. So give me my inheritance. Sarutobi sighed again and put his pipe to his mouth and lit it, savoring the flavor of the smoke. Rub your blood on his picture, but that is all I am allowed to give you according to the will he left. Naruto hopped excitedly to the painting and did as Sarutobi told him to, making it warp around and become a safe. He pulled it open and found a scroll, a set of keys, a box of weird kunai with 3 prongs, and a giant scroll that Sarutobi wanted him to unroll so he could look at a weird picture of a bird. Well, the hawk contract. This is very powerful. How so? Well, each summon usually has an element associated with that beast. Canine are earth, dragons, fire, etc. The hawks are the only beasts to have every kind of element, even the sub-elements like poison and metal. So what do I have to do? He showed Naruto how to sign it and the hand seals. Then Naruto wrote his name and placed the fingerprints on it. He noticed some of the names were in black blood, while the only one in a red color was his own. Let's go outside of the village for this. My sensei told me the boss of contract like hawks could destroy Kenoha easily, but you must pass a test hardly only one has managed to prevail in. If you lose, the boss kills you. Naruto realized those in black blood must have been hopefuls turned down and destroyed. Old man, who was your sensei? The Nidaime Hokage, of course. That's why I was asked to train his grandniece, Tsunade. Oh yeah, the medic ninja, he said while they walked down the street. A bunch of villagers shot hate-filled glances at the young man, but Sarutobi stopped their thoughts of attack. The two reached the gates and walked about a mile out of Kenoha into a huge clearing. Just do the hand signs I showed you and mold a huge amount of chakra. Naruto expelled blue energy as he did 5 hand signs quickly and hit the ground with a palm thrust. A giant spiral of smoke erupted up, and as it dissipated, a giant gray bird with rainbow eyes appeared. It had wicked-looking claws and a hooked beak, and when you looked closely, one would notice that the feathers were blade-like, and when a leaf fell on one, it was sliced to pieces. "Who are you, young one?" it said, leaning down to eye level with Naruto. It was about 18'6" in height. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." The bird straightened up at the sound of the last surname and slowly looked him over. "You must pass a test to be our contract holder." Naruto looked excitedly at the boss summons as a pulse of chakra expelled from its bodies. "A group of AMBU guards are coming, so we'll do this quickly. You must summon one or more of my family members." He gave him the names of his family members, aka his children, and Naruto focused his chakra once more. Summoning Jutsu. Hawk style, Royal 5. Sarutobi and the Hawk boss eyes grew huge as 5 puffs of smoke, for the size of his fist and one slightly larger than the others, sprouted from the air. They cleared to show birds in order from left to right, smallest to largest. Their colors, in the same order, were blue and white, flaming red and orange, brown with gray spots, black with yellow streaks, and finally, a gray one with white cloud shapes and blade feathers like his father's when the wind flew by. "I'm the first and youngest brother, the water user, Suizetsumi, water death," yelled out the blue bird while striking a pose and forming water balls above his head that formed a rotating crown that turned his feathers into blades like his father's. "I'm his second and fourth youngest brother, the fire wielder, Kamaru, Firestar," yelled out the flaming bird while streaking a salute. Flame orbs floated around his body in a protective manner, activating his bladed feathers as well. "I'm the third and middle brother, the Earth Wielder, Iwa, Rock." The middle bird struck an attack stance as gravel formed orbs around him and rotated. His feathers activated like his brother's. "I'm the fourth and second oldest brother, Wielder of Lightning, Raisin Shoe. Lightning Flash," he said calmly while he held his wings in a guard. An orb of lightning formed over his head and sent random bolts out to activate the sharp flight, giving body cover. "I'm the fifth and oldest of the Royal 5, Fui Sasuke, Wind Raven, and leader of the group," the final creature said as a circle of spiraling wind formed around him and began to speed up and extend. His feathers remained serrated. "Why are your feathers bladed like?" asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side. "My family all have the ability to turn our blades into sharp blades to help speed up our flight and use his weapons, answered the boss. His own father's grew sharper as he flapped a wing towards the trees, and they flew through them. They were instantly replaced. Oh, what's your name, Boss Hawk? The giant bird laughed, and he struck a pose as 10 orbs, all different colors and representing different elements, floated around him. I am the bladed bird, the master of the 10, Hishurii, Flight 0. Naruto sweat dropped as the birds went into a series of poses. The ANBU Hishurii, reminded Sarutobi. The birds stopped, and the smaller ones disappeared. You pass. Chapter 2. Prove your strength or die. Naruto walked into the classroom where the other genin were. He sat down next to Sasuke, much to Ino and Sakura's annoyance. Hey Naruto, if you let me sit there, I'll give you a kiss. No. Everyone turned to him in shock and amazement. He ignored the two girls bickering and began to think about the other night. Irika finally arrived to find Naruto doing something no one thought he would do. Talking to Sasuke Uchiha. I finally got tired of her yelling at me and hitting me and realized I only liked her because she liked you. I mean, who would actually like a pink-haired girl who yells too much? She shouldn't be a ninja period, since she's a security risk. I know what you mean, Naruto. Most likely she'll be killed on her first real mission. Naruto nodded, and they would have continued had Irika not interrupted. Okay, everyone. Time for team assignments. Team 1 will consist of Dash. I learned some really awesome jutsu the other night as well. Whisper Naruto to Sasuke. Really like what? Wood-style jutsus, part of my Kekkei Genkai, ice-style and water-style jutsu, and the shadow clone jutsu. That one is really useful, because if you train with a jutsu with a clone, when it disappears you get the knowledge and experience. It's used for scouting mostly, and can't build up muscle mass. Think you could teach me? Maybe, if you buy me all the ramen I can eat at Ichiraku. Deal. Sasuke, Naruto, quit talking. As I was saying, Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sai, and Sakura Haruno. And oh, yelled Sasuke while Naruto fell out of the chair laughing. Don't put me on a team with a Banshee. Ino was laughing at the crying Sakura now. She's almost as bad as Ino. Now, they were both crying. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but Lord Hokage also said Naruto will eventually be co-joined with your team once he's been trained in the arts of his Kekkei, Genkai, by his senseis. Naruto, you meet them at Training Ground 84 later. Yes, sir, Irika's sensei, he said while climbing back into his seat. Team 8 is Hinata, Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 9 is still in process, so Team 10 is Shikamaru, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Your senseis, except for Naruto, will be here soon. Naruto stood up and began to leave, but Sasuke called out. You still have to teach me that jutsu. After you buy me all the ramen I can eat at Ichiraku, he said with a smile when Irika turned so white the light reflected off his face. Later, Naruto walked into a training ground where a man with a sickly face that coughed a lot, a man with a head protector like the Night Ames, and a woman in a tan trench coat and mini skirt with purple hair and a fishnet bodysuit sat waiting for him. Are you guys my senseis? The man with the head protector nodded. I am Captain Yamato, he said. Then he motioned to the sick man. This is Hate, Geku, and the woman behind me is Anko Mitarashi. The woman gave him a lecherous smile, and he winked at her. Don't try your luck, kid, she said while his jacket was fluttering in the wind, showing flashes of skin. You can't handle me, lady. I'd split you in half. They began a glaring match with a bolt of lightning flying between them, until Hate started coughing badly and a huge glob of sticky blood flew out. Naruto, I just looked at his chakra network. The 3 chakra nodes around his left lung are closing at a rapid rate. Get him to a medic. Naruto made 10 shadow clones, and they grabbed the Jounin, helping him run to the hospital. He burst through the door and turned to the nurse at the desk, giving him evil looks. The chakra nodes around this man's left lung are closing rapidly. Get a Hyuga here stat. The nurse hit a button on the desk, and 3 buff security guards came out to take him away. The real one grabbed Hate and ran down the hall while his clones beat the shit out of him. QB, where you dash? Naruto dashed past an elderly man while spinning and cutting his head off. He threw open a door and dragged Hate into the Hyuga medical wing. Left lungs, nodes closing, Help him, he yelled between panting breaths. A male doctor wheeled him away on a gurney as he fell back on the floor. He closed his eyes to catch his breath. Once it returned, he stood up to find his legs wouldn't support him. A make Hyuga with robes instead of doctor's uniform helped him up and into a chair. "Are you okay, Uzumaki?" the man asked. "Yes, but my legs are really tired." "I'm sorry. You know me, but I don't know you." "I am Hayashi Hyuga, current head of my clan. I'm also Hinata's father." Naruto stood up all of a sudden and pointed an accusing finger at him. "So you're the one she hates and is constantly losing confidence in herself because you put her down all the time?" Hayashi glared at the young man that came to shoulders. "Do you know how many times she contemplates suicide a day?" "How do you know all this, boy?" "Well, you see, He suddenly rubbed his head sheepishly. "Me and Kiba Inuzuka snuck in her room for a panty raid, and Kiba grabbed her diary and a bra. Still can't get that mental image out of my head." He shuddered and disappeared, leaving the man to contemplate this new information and how to kill Kiba. "Ichiraku." "Hello, Naruto," said the owner, Tuchi Ichiraku, in a cheerful voice. "How did meeting your sensei and team go?" "Awful. I need the usual, but make it a double." The old man yelled to his daughter, "I am Ichiraku," and motioned for Naruto to continue. "Turns out I have 3 joint sensei, but only one is semi-normal. His name is Captain Yamato. Then there's Anko Mitarashi. She tried to molest me. And Hei Geku is the last one, but he nearly died on spot. He finished 4 bowls of ramen in a single minute and continued. Also have no teammates. Isn't that good? I guess, but I lose the chance of getting to work with new people and such." Sasuke walked by, and he called him in. "You ready to pay yet?" "I guess. Who ate those 6 stacks of ramen?" Naruto smirked evilly. "That's my first half." Sasuke began to tremble as Tuchi brought out 4 more stacks, and Naruto devoured them. "Pay up time, Naruto." The old man punched in hundreds of numbers in a cash register, and when Sasuke saw the price, he realized it was about 100th of the Uchiha treasury, which could buy a small village and outfit it with missing nin, plus train the civilians in weapons and martial arts while building a protective wall, and buy guard beasts, and then expand to a ninja village if wanted when used fully. Mr. Uchiha will be paying. Tuchi's eyes turned into dollar signs when Sasuke handed the money over. The next day, Naruto had gotten word that Hade had been checked out of the hospital and was once more battle-ready, and he was to be tested in all aspects by his senseis. He walked down the street where Ichiraku was to find all the small buildings gone, Ichiraku being one of them, and a large building was being constructed in their place. He saw Ayam and walked over to her. "Ayam, what's going on here?" "Well, Father has been saving all the money you spent at our bar and using other people's money to buy supplies and such, and thanks to the kind donation of Sasuke Uchiha, we had enough to buy the other eateries and build a restaurant with 3 levels. The first for eating, the second for the kids to play, and the final for our living." "Cool. I'll make sure to be your first customer," he said, then began to walk again. He reached the field from yesterday, and once again his senseis were waiting. "So, am I going to train with all of you at once or person by person?" "Person by person." Answer Hate, who didn't need to cough no and had dropped the sickness Jinjutsu over his skin as he threw a katana to Naruto. "We will be testing your skills in different categories, first being Kenjutsu." Hate smoothly slipped into his own stance as Naruto searched his mind. He remembered watching his friend Itachi Uchiha using a weird style and quickly cut his finger on the blade while drawing a seal on the blade's flat side. "Freeze and grow through flames." He remembered the phrase he heard the ANBU say all the time when practicing and watched as his sword was engulfed in a rectangle of water that tightened to the shape of the blade, then froze over. "Naruto, where did you learn that?" Hate was looking at the blade closely, trying to figure out how his kid could know a legendary style. "I saw Itachi Uchiha using it when I was a kid and copied it while practicing the katas with sticks and stuff. No big deal." "Wrong. Major deal," said Anko as she ran over. "That seal is sacred to the Uchiha clan. It combines the best elements into one object, but even Itachi's wasn't that powerful." Yamato motioned for Hate to attack, and Naruto instinctively blocked the weapon, and the ice ensnarled the metal and moved to Hate's arm. It slunk to his throat and began to tighten around it, but the element suddenly disappeared and the blade disintegrated, leaving only the handle. The blade couldn't handle it, said Hate as Naruto tucked the handle in his kunai pouch. So, is there a sword that can handle it other than the one Itachi wielded? Yes. Hold on one moment, and I'll get a scroll with pictures, said Yamato as he pulled out a scroll that had a seal that exploded into smoke. He struck his hand out and grabbed a scroll. He tossed it to Naruto, who placed it on the ground and unrolled it, showing pictures of 13 different blades. He unrolled it a little more to show a staff that was serrated and in 3 pieces held together by chains. Itachi had this one. He pointed at one with the word Harasame, the spring blade that had a blade sheath and a red handle which was actually wrapped in a red sash. It was cool. What is this, though? He pointed at the staff thing, and Hate leaned down to look at it. A serrated Sanji gun or bladed 3-piece staff. This one is a co-worker with this sword. He moved his finger to a handle with a seal on it. That is the Raijin kin used and created by the Night Aim. Naruto inspected them carefully, then rolled it up and gave a scroll back to Yamato, who sealed it again. So where's the Sanji gun and Raijin? Well, said Anko, the Raijin was stolen by a former set of Kenoha genin named Aio and Idate. Idate was incredibly fast and outran the guards, but Aio used him and supposedly killed Idate once he got the blade. The Sanji gun, also referred to as the 3 Heavenly Protectors, don't have the translation, was used to seal Kyuubi. You probably have it, but that is for another day. Time for taijutsu test, she yelled out and took a stance. I don't know that much taijutsu, but okay. He flew at Anko and jumped up a few feet away from her, still going forward, and spun all the way around at full speed. Anko swayed around the kick and grabbed him, then threw him into a tree. Naruto landed in a spring-ready position on the tree with his feet and flew back at Anko. He drew his arm back, and a huge tree branch shot out and turned into a giant version of his arm, mimicking his movements. With taijutsu art, wooden fist copy shotgun. He threw the punch right at Anko, who caught it but flew back when the larger one hit her. No ninjutsu, brat, she yelled, wiping blood from her mouth. Not ninjutsu. Kyuubi told me that move. It opened the first 2 gates and controls the tree branch, increasing the size and decreasing the wind resistance, while subconsciously increasing the attack strength by wrapping it in chakra. It's part of my Senju Kekkei, Genkai, Taijutsu style. He took a stance where his left leg was in front and his right behind him and his arms in reverse with his fingers clawed. So you want to play rough, huh? She did a set of hand signs, Naruto realized after cutting her finger and hit the ground with a palm thrust. A huge anaconda hissed at Naruto, who gasped in surprise. You said no ninjutsu. Naruto, an enemy ninja will not hesitate to use ninjutsu if you can only use Tai, said Hate. Anko, continue your course. Gladly, get him. The snake uncoiled and lunged at the blonde. He went under the reptile and brought both clawed hands over his head. And you don't realize I won't hesitate to use the fox's section of my chakra reserves to kill an enemy to get me that far. Tree roots covered the snake instantly and held it up in the air as Naruto concentrated. Demon fire style, rasped out the Kyuubi's voice. Fox fire, Amaterasu. SHIT, yelled Anko as she jumped off the snake and used Hidden Shadow's snake hands to swing to a tree branch. The black fire of the Uchiha clan claimed the roots for themselves, devouring them hungrily. When they reached the snake, they encased it, then formed an ice block around it. I told you. Ice style, ice burial. He squeezed his open palm shut and the ice compacted to a cube. It hit the ground and exploded, shooting smoke into the air. Taijutsu passed, I'm guessing. They nodded and moved on. He did all the jutsu he knew, showed skills with different kinds of weapons, and miserably failed the Genjutsu test. Let's see here. You need work in weapons. You could stand to learn Futree Jutsu. We'll try to get you a suitable weapon and hopefully figure out why you can't use Genjutsu. We'll help you in assassination and speed as well as seals, listed Anko, while Yamato wrote these things down. I also need to work on an armor and ice jutsu, said Naruto, while leaning against a tree and nursing a wound. Maybe chakra control as well. He reached up and a tree branch pulled him up. He looked around and saw Hate walking back into the clearing with a long blade. This is the sword used by the fourth, your father. Lord Sandaime found it and said to give it to you. It is on the list you saw. He tossed the sheath weapon to Naruto, who caught and examined it. The sheath had a long blue water dragon swirling around it, and the end of the handle had a chain that had a seal on each link and a dragon head on the end. Naruto swung the chain over his head and let it fly into the ground. He pulled it back and a tree sprouted out. Cool. He swung it over his head and threw it toward the tree he had created, but this time focused chakra to it. The left half of the seals glowed, and the chain spun and formed a dragon from the water in the air. Naruto moved the chain around the tree, and the creature coiled around it while freezing itself into that shape. He focused more chakra, and the right half glowed. The dragon leaned its block-shaped head towards the tree and spit out a stream of fire. Naruto, stop the flow of chakra and pull, said Hate, and the Jinchuriki did so. He watched as the tree was ripped out of the ground and absorbed into it. He threw the chain into the lake nearby and ran over it. He sunk under a few feet away while the chain traveled below. He jumped back on the ground while the water drained. Now what do I do? Hate shrugged, and Naruto sweat dropped. He decided to draw the weapon and pulled on the handle. The chain flew up and into the handle, leaving only the head of the dragon. Naruto swung the sword experimentally, and the blade extended on the chain. He pulsed chakra into the chain briefly, and a water and tree dragon flew out. Naruto, sheath the weapon quickly, Yamato ordered. Naruto quickly snapped the weapon shut as an ANBU with the root insignia on it grabbed the weapon. Danzo walked out of the woods with even more members, and the one with the sword handed it to Danzo, who smirked and tried to draw the weapon. The chain reared up into the dragon and bit Danzo's arm. Cursed demon sword, he yelled and threw it down while the chain wrapped around the sheath. He pointed at Naruto and snapped. Kill him now. Naruto, back up. He was out of chakra, and his body couldn't handle more Kyuubi chakra. Anko, Hate, and Yamato slid in front of him protectively. Naruto, get your chakra back and we'll stall. Naruto nodded and began to meditate, his muscles and mind relaxing while his chakra reserves slowly began to fill again. He heard his senseis using their jutsus and weapons to their advantage. When he opened his eyes, he saw a few root dead and his 3 sensei surrounded. Naruto, don't let them die because you couldn't protect them, the fox said in his head. I'm kinda at a disadvantage here. I have no chakra, the sword is out of reach, and my body can't take any more of your chakra. What do you expect me to do? Fight back, of course. With what exactly? His answer came in the form of a white staff with 3 pieces of equal length held together by links of small chains and bladed ends forming in his hands. Okay, but now what? Prove your strength or die. The word spiked something in Naruto. Before he knew it, the power from the forest coursed into him. He swung the weapon around himself and flew at the attacking people. He landed in the center on one knee and the blade on the piece at the top piercing through 2 ANBU into another. He pulled the weapon back and got into an attack stance. Ignite, Kurinru, the first heavenly protector. The end of the staff currently at the top started to burn blue flames, but the wood remained unscorched as Naruto's eyes became black and red slits. Naruto danced through the crowd of shinobi. As a loyal ANBU unit arrived, they found Naruto stabbing the last root in the head with the other end. Come here, Danzo, he said in a blood-crazed tone while licking a little blood off his weapon. The old man backed away as Naruto pushed each end towards each other with his palm, and the staff shrunk to a bracelet. He strapped the sword around his back by using the length of chain not wrapped around the sheath and continued. Stay away from me, Kyuubi. Naruto stopped in his tracks. He felt his blood lust increase all of a sudden. He felt an aching pain in his heart as it froze, and he grew angry. He felt a frenzy coming over him. What did you just call me? You heard me, Kyuubi. Danzo's confidence returned, and he grabbed a stray sword and jumped into the air, bringing the sword down in his only arm. As Danzo's feet touched the ground, Naruto looked up. He had stopped the blade between his middle and index finger on his left hand. Danzo pulled it back as Naruto gave in to the bloodlust. A red cloak of chakra surrounded his body in the shape of a fox with 2 tails. Naruto's fangs grew longer and his fingernails became claws. Wind circled him as he let out a crazed laugh. Q doesn't like you. He said what it do to you. Naruto laughed as the wind down his arms and into the palm of his hand. He held the miniature cyclone orb in his hand, then tossed it up while raising his leg and kicked with his full strength at Danzo, who was too shocked to do anything. Naruto smiled and took control again when Danzo remained frozen. Bam! Bastard took the hit, yelled Naruto as the body of the Root ANBU member that had jumped in front of Danzo turned to shreds. Naruto sighed and did 5 hand signs as about 250 Root appeared. The ANBU loyal to Sarutobi began to move, but a dog-masked one stopped them. He has it under control. Summoning Jutsu, Hawk Style, Royal 5. Naruto summoned the 5 birds and began to mold chakra. He fired an orb of his chakra into each of the birds, and they doubled in size. I want these guys dead 10 minutes ago. Dismiss yourselves when you're done, he said, and made clones to help with his sensei. Yes, sir, Lord Naruto, they called out. They flew into the air and separated as armor of their elements formed over their bodies. They flew up and ran straight toward each other. When there was no room almost between them, they dived down and touched backs, spinning into a huge whirlwind with all 5 elements. Bladed feathers charged with different elements flew around the cyclone for extra power. Sarutobi, the aged Hokage, stopped channeling chakra to his Kage orb when the carnage began. Those 5 were deadly when they worked together like that. Once he thought the one-sided fight was over, he looked again. He saw Naruto approaching Danzo, and he had a large bird with green feathers behind him. A single root jumped him from behind, but an energy orb of a green nature formed in the bird's beak, and it fired the attack into the man, burning through his body and melting his skeleton. Poison burst, he heard Naruto say. A poison-type bird, huh? Naruto stepped up to Danzo and drew the long sword. He held it vertically in front of his face with a sharpened edge facing away from him. I keep Kenoha safe. Every day I contain Kyubi. I save Kenoha. Now I will do it again. He switched the blade in his hand so that the sharp edge was in front of his face and brought it in a diagonal slash, cutting the body in half. Now feed by beast. He sheathed the weapon and held the sheath with his back to the corpse while the bird ate the body. Chapter 3. A new mission, Naruto's new enemy, and spy's appearance. Could you please say that again? I said, I'm sorry to say the time has come for you to be put on Kakashi's team. I'm so sorry, Naruto, but you're senseis and you must be separated. Today is your last day together, so enjoy it. The group of sad people left the tower and decided they would return to the training ground after they went home briefly. So Naruto went home and picked out special gifts for his senseis, so they would remember him. Over here, Naruto called Yamato from the clearing, and Naruto went over to him, hoping to enjoy the last exchange he would have with these 3 as a student. Anko was first to go. She pulled out 4 brown boxes and gave them to Naruto. Are these what I think they are, Anko-sensei? Just Anko, kid. And yeah, they're the scrolls for my snake jutsu. In each box was 3 stacks of 5 scrolls each, containing the powerful jutsu within. Now for your second gift from me. She cut a spiral around her arm and ended it at the center of her palm, then with a small blast. A blind snake with black scales hissed and coiled up around them. What is it, Anko? Why have I been susamoned? The outraged and tired-sounding snake hissed through fanged lips. I have a new candidate for you. His name is Naruto. The snake hissed and lunged at Naruto, who instinctively blocked it with a shield of ice. As the ice fell, the snake seemed to laugh. His ice eyes cold as Manda himself. Fine, I shall let him sign if the contract accepts him. The area where the stomach was inside, the snake's skin constricted back and forth as something worked its way all the way up the snake to his mouth, where he spit it out to show a large green and black scroll that Anko opened for him to show her name. You know what to do, Naruto, so just do it. Naruto nodded then, stepping over to the slick paper, cut his finger and wrote his name. Once that was done, he dabbed each of his fingers with blood and pressed his hand print against it. The snake laughed again. You have been accepted into the clan of the snakes, Naruto, so count yourself lucky. With a blast, the snake and scroll disappeared. Thank you, Anko-sensei, said Naruto as he hugged her. She hugged him back, unsure of what to do. Naruto, call me Anko. Fenci, F-E-T-F-E-F-O, Alfeti, he called out, and she realized she had pressed his face in her breast so far his ears were touching the ends. Whoops, sorry, Naruto. I forgot my own strength, she said while Hate and Yamato mumbled something about lucky bastards. And I have two more gifts for you as well. From her pocket, she removed a simple black bracelet and placed it on his wrist where the white bracelet was not. What is this, Anko? Something everyone accepted into the clan of snakes receives. Focus chakra to it. He did so and it sprang to life, crawling up and down his arm until he released the flow of chakra and it became a bracelet. A snake for combat disguised as a bracelet? You're half right. These kinds of snakes grow depending on the size of the chakra reserves and even gain the element of power you are weakest with. It is very valuable. Mine is with me as well. A purple snake crawled down the sleeve of her arm and fell on the ground, revealing itself to be almost 4.5 feet long. Awaken and show your true length, my child. It hissed out and lifted itself up, breathing on the black snake. It fell to the ground and began to writhe and twist, shedding its skin at incredible rates. By the time it was done, Anko had enough snake skin for 4 pairs of high heels, 2 purses, and a new trench coat. The snake itself, the once 4-inch-long snake, was now almost 4 foot 4. It coiled itself around Naruto's upper arm and became a hardened piece of lifelessness like before. Thanks for the gifts, Naruto, she said while stashing the skin. Now, for the final gift. She went behind a tree where they couldn't see her. The sound of a zipper going down and fishnet being pulled down skin was heard. Then in reverse, and Anko came out holding a picture which she gave to Naruto. He stared at it for a moment as a few drops of blood began to come down his nose, then put it in his ouch. Thank you, Anko. No problem, Blondie. Just take care of it, cause you ain't getting another copy. Well, maybe if you're nice. Quit doing that, Anko, he yelled. Then he pulled out 3 scrolls and handed them to her. The scrolls for the Shadow Bout Jutsu, the Earth Spike Trap Jutsu, and the Raining Fireball Jutsu. I hope you like them, Anko. Don't shove my face in your boobs. She stopped a foot from him and smirked evilly, then kissed him right on the lips. Eat your heart out, Naruto, she said, and took the scrolls as his face became a deeper red the Kyuubi's fur. As she sat down on a stump, Hate came over and gave Naruto 3 scrolls. These are the scrolls for the style the Night Aim and Shodame used for their weapons if they used any. The Dance of the Crescent Moon and Cherry Blossom. And the only dance I ever created, the Dance of the 2 Dragon Brothers, though even I can't master it properly. Thanks, Hayate Sensei. Just hate, kid, just hate. Naruto nodded and gave Hate a scroll with the kanji for butterfly on it. This is my gift to you, Hate. Open it up and unseal the thing inside. He said, careful not to give away too much. Hate unrolled the parchment and pulsed his chakra, forcing out a normal-sized sword. The blade was about as long as 3 thumbs and was straight for a length, then curved up to a wicked point. The blade was about 3 feet wide. The crossguard was a butterfly with his wings spread out, and the handle was a bright purple hue. Naruto, what is this? A very special sword. It has a special ability. Just say float on the clouds of sleep while holding it vertically in front of you. Hate did as Naruto had said and took a calm breath. Float on the clouds of sleep. The Jounin gasped as the blade fluttered apart into silver butterflies and dashed past a training post, making it wither as the dust from their wings fell on it. They came back to form the blade again as Hate staggered. Thank you, Naruto. This is a most incredible blade. He placed it in a white sheath Naruto gave him and let Yamato come up. Yamato came up next holding a set of 2 scrolls. These scrolls contain the steps for the taijutsu of the Shodai and my own with style jutsu. I hope they serve you well. Naruto placed the scrolls inside a sealing scroll with the other items and smiled as he handed Yamato a sword handle. Channel chakra into it and picture a weapon, any weapon at all. Yamato closed his eyes as the handle glowed as wood began to shoot from it. A long staff formed out of the handle, a wicked-looking curved blade striking from both ends. Yamato gasped as he spun the staff and then sucked the chakra back, turning it into a handle. You can store chakra in it as well. It took me a huge amount of shadow clones and time, not to mention energy and blood and sweat to make those, so care for them as you would my very life. When he saw Anko look at his gift, he said, I mean, Dangos and Sake, treasure them like Dango, and Sake Anko, Hate, Yamato. Yamato sensei to you. What? You're not my sensei anymore. All right, I forget things sometimes. Just Yamato then, if you please. Wait, One last gift from all three of us, said Hate with a gleam in his eye. Are you sure? Asked Danko. Yes, if anyone can handle it, Naruto can, he said sternly. But what if there is no effect? Asked Yamato. He can handle it. Okay, let's begin. Before Naruto knew what was happening, he was laying on the ground asleep in a huge circle made of seals. The snake carried all of Naruto's belongings out and placed them next to Anko as the seal became orange. The long blade grew bright and lifted off his back and into the air, spinning wildly as chakra strings cocooned it. The strings became orange and red slowly, but steadily until the entire seal was so. As Naruto's single-pain scream echoed through the trees, the blade clattered down next to him. That is a strange blade, said Yamato as they began to clean up the blood infused with chakra that made the seal. The blade had a wooden handle that reminded them of the Raijinken. It was made of blood-red dyedwood with an orange square-shaped crossguard with lines going all the way out that then curve in on itself in a counterclockwise direction, like the one on Ichigo's Genkai, for you Bleach fans out there, in a straight line. The handle, having no blade, shook and flew at his bracelet, merging with it and shrinking so it looked like a charm. AUGH, what did you guys do? Where's my long sword? We changed it, answered Hate. You what? You changed the only thing I had to remember my dad by. Naruto, that sword belongs to you. Your father told Sarutobi to have that ritual done when he thought you were ready, and we thought you were ready. The blade is matched to your best elements as well as your personality. Pour as much chakra as you want into the blade. While he was still mad, Naruto poured a huge amount of the blue energy into it, causing a blade to shoot out. It was orange with a white edge. It was 2.5 thumbs long and about 2 feet and 10.5 inches long. A blast of white flames erupted forward while rocks floated in the twisting spiral of water and wind. Okay, decrease the flow of chakra. Naruto slowly did this. First to go was the flames, then the rocks, then water, and finally the wind. The blade turned white and sunk in length. Naruto saw this and decided to try something. He held the handle in both hands and closed his eyes. The blade shot out at a training log 50 feet away and pierced it, but Naruto immediately noticed the decline in his reserves as all the chakra usage took effect. What ritual was that you used? The ritual of the soul sword, answered Yamato. It requires 3 Jounin-level ninja to perform, and they must be close to the person it's used on. Your father actually discovered it and brought it to Kenoha. Now, what do you say we go get some dangos and ramen? Ramen? Dangos? Ramen and dangos. So the group went to the recently opened Ichiraku, and as they entered, Ayam and Tucci were being bombarded with requests. Anko and Naruto pushed everyone away and leaned against the counter when they reached the counter. Hey old man, Ichiraku. I need 15 bowls of miso, 20 bowls of pork, and 8 bowls of that steak ramen you had me try, ordered Naruto until Anko nudged him. Oh, and 30 boxes of dango. 4 bottles of your finest sake as well, ordered Anko with a wide smile. Every one of the other customers gathered around them to watch as Naruto and Anko devoured their food. Yamato and Hate eventually came over to find 43 empty ramen bowls, 30 empty dango boxes, and 3 empty bottles of sake. Naruto was gulping down the last of the sake while dodging Anko's hand. Let's get him out of here before they start doing weird shit, said Hate. This isn't weird shit, asked a random guy next to them. You don't know what weird shit is, man. Trust me. They grabbed their teammates and quickly pulled them out. Everyone else soon left to the next floor, leaving a white-haired old man to pay the bill. What? I don't even know those guys. Well, someone has to pay. Should I get the Hokage? He'll side with me on this, he said, crossing his arms. Actually, I agree with Mr. Ichiraku on this, Jeriah, said Sarutobi from behind Jeriah. Or should I get Tsunade to make you? A blast of dust shaped like Jeriah appeared. Ichiraku looked at his hand and saw 4 times more money than the bill. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for the generous donation. Anytime Tucci, anytime at all. Next day, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, looking at the picture of him and the 3 smiling Jounin. He sighed and placed it on the desk next to his bed. He opened the scroll he was reading last night and walked over to the window where a holder for open scrolls was. Here goes nothing. He did some quick hand seals and aimed the sleeves of his arm toward a tri-pronged kunai he forgot to get lace stuck in the ground near the garden outside. Hidden shadow, snake hands. 4 long black snakes shot out and pulled the kunai out of the ground, then returned it to Naruto. Naruto, almost a time to go, hissed a voice inside his cloak trenchcoat sleeve. A black head came out of the sleeve and looked at him. I know that, Roki. I was just testing my new jutsu. Naruto went over to the wall and looked in the mirror. A white trench coat like Anko's with silver cloud patterns on it covered up the sleeves of his dark brown shirt that had the outline of a fox head and orange in the center. He wore a black pair of pants with multiple pockets with orange stripes going up the side and steel-toed boots. Around his waist was a black belt with several kunai holsters. He placed 3 more holsters on each leg and made sure his sword handle was in its charm form. "Ready to go now," said the impatient snake. "Yes, let's go." Naruto climbed up the stairs to the roof of the Namake's mansion, which the set of keys he found in the vault unlocked, and waited for an updraft. Once a strong enough one came, he focused his wind elemental chakra, which he had managed to complete the 5th step to mastering the other night, into his coat, making a diagram of seals to appear in a light blue color. He jumped off the 3rd-story roof and let the chakra lift him into the air and glided over the village, using an occasional blast of chakra to push him up or fast. "Naruto, I can see the training ground," came the voice in his sleeve. Naruto descended slowly and front flipped while folding up the trench coat, landing on the ground in front Team 7. "You're late. Why are you yelling?" he yelled back at Sakura, embarrassing her. "I apologize for Sakura," said Sasuke. He stood up and made his way to Naruto. "She yells at Kakashi a lot when he is late." "Oh, tell me, does Kakashi have gravity-defying silver hair, a face mask, wears his headband over his left eye, and red Ica paradise?" "That's him in a nutshell." "What?" "I saw him coming out of Sakura's house's side window with a black lace bra, and then some kid in green spandex with a bowl cut gave him $50. He should be here in a second, actually. I saw him peeking in the bathhouse, and he got caught. Tsunade was there, so most likely dash." "Bam." "Ouch," said Kakashi as he got out of the huge crater he made. "That Tsunade knows how to throw a punch." She was the medic nin, taijutsu specialist, and genjutsu specialist of the Sannin. "You think?" Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely until he remembered he would be getting a 4th squad member. "Well, I presume you 4 know each other, so let's go get some missions." "Sachikage Tower, Iwagakure. You are one of our best ninja. The best, in fact. That is why I am sending you on this mission," said the Sachikage while finishing his paperwork. "What is the mission description and rank?" asked a set of glowing emerald-colored eyes from the wall shadows. "You are to kill Naruto Uzumaki Namake's, son of Kenoha's Yellow Flash and Bloody Blade, Minato Namake's, and Kushina Uzumaki. This is the first ever SS high-priority mission to go through the village. Be careful. He's just some fresh out-of-the-academy genin. What harm can he do? He can use the Kekkei Genkai of the Shodai Hokage and has the ice-style abilities of the Nidaime Hokage. He was trained by Hate, Genko, Anko Mitarashi, and Captain Yamato, all Jounins of the Leaf. With these 3, he was able to slaughter Danzo, the Old War Hawk. You don't have to kill him. Bring him back if you can, but kill him when things get out of hand." "Yes, sir, uncle. I will," said the voice as a figure stepped out. She had a Chinese-style outfit colored jade, and when the light hit her palm, different colored specks of light floated around the room for a moment. "Be careful, my little niece. You are only 15, and I don't want to lose you." She nodded with a small smile and sunk into the shadows, disappearing from the tower. The Tsuchikage sighed. "My brother was a fool," he said in anger. "He raised a powerful ninja, but she lost her innocence because of his harsh training. Akira, please be okay." He said the last part in a whisper as he felt the chakra of his niece leave the village. Village hidden in the leaves, Kanahagakure. Naruto snickered as the Fire Lord's wife squeezed the life out the small cat. Serves it right. He focused a little more chakra to increase his healing rate, causing steam to fizzle off the closing wounds. Now, other D-rank missions include babysitting, helping grocery shop, painting a house dash, Torah, and catching the cat again. And no, The outburst surprised the other people of Squad 7, especially Naruto. Sai dropped the broken paintbrush on F floor. I'm tired of these stupid D-rank missions. Give us a C-rank mission. Now. Sai. I agree with Sai, said Naruto, stopping Iruka in his tracks. Everyone on this team, except for Sakura, who shouldn't be in ninja period, is ready for a C rank. I think they deserve it. We'll leave Sakura here, and the rest of us will go on the mission. Sasuke, Sai, Kakashi, do you agree that Sakura isn't ready for a C rank, and you are? Yes, they shouted in unison. Then I have the choice but to give you 3 and Naruto a C rank. You will be guarding Tazuna, the bridge builder. Bring in Mr. Tazuna. The door creaked open and a man with a backpack and a bottle of sake in his hand stumbled in. These brats are supposed to protect me? The blonde one looks like he'd run at the first sight of troubles. Naruto, don't even think about it, roared Sarutobi. Tazuna looked for the blonde and eventually found him. He saw him in the reflection of the window, a kunai held an inch from Tazuna's neck. It wouldn't have hurt that bad. It would have killed him. But it wouldn't have hurt. Naruto dash. He insulted me. I killed almost 300 men in a single night with a staff, and he insulted me. I was trained by 3 of Kenoha's best, and I don't like being called weak. I know, but you can't go around killing the client on a whim, explained Sarutobi. Naruto placed his kunai in one of the holsters and walked around Tazuna with an angry glare. If he makes me mad again, I won't hesitate to kill him. And I'm not kidding around this time. He withdrew to behind Sasuke, who began to talk him down. Okay, Sai, Sasuke, Naruto, meet me at the gate in an hour. Sakura, go train or something, said Kakashi. He disappeared in a blast of white smoke that drifted out the window as Sai, Sasuke, and Naruto left out the window. Sakura, the MBU had to escort the crying banshee out of the tower. Cough threw her out the window cough, while Iruka scolded Sarutobi about giving them a C rank. Iruka, I am the Hokage, and I choose what missions go to whom. Do not question me. Iruka visibly shrank down as the aged Hokage sat back down. Naruto's mansion. Roki, if you would, asked Naruto. The black reptile coiled down on the floor, then went into a hole near the bottom of the attic floor. With a few clicking sounds, the door opened. This is kind of cool, Naruto, said the snake as he went back up the sleeve. Naruto ignored him and unrolled a scroll, placing what he needed inside the seal inside. He also grabbed a second sword in case he lost his weapon. He ran out the door and headed towards the gate while simultaneously activating the defenses on his house. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop and landed with a bang in front of Kakashi. He smiled as he took a bite out of an apple he had stolen from a woman who used to beat him as a child. Ready to go, Sensei? Kakashi, are you okay? Kakashi had a scared/shocked look on his face as he pointed at the sword Naruto had grabbed for emergency. Do you know what that is on your back, Naruto? A halberd with an extra long grip? He nodded his head back toward the large weapon. It was like a Zanbato, but had a trapezoid-shaped handguard and a pole for a handle that led to a hexagon pommel with a triangle-shaped ruby in it. A second handle about 10 inches long came down from the bottom of that and ended at a small piece that seemed like it attacked to something. The blade itself was black with a red edge. No, Naruto, that is the Chikiri, the blood mist, the sword Kushina Uzumaki, Kenoha's bloody blade used in combat. It's considered a legendary weapon. One of the Great 13, in fact. It has 2 more pieces that attach to the bottom grip. You mean these? He tapped the seal he had on his kunai pouch and an oval shaded piece of metal with small spike-like pierces coming out from the 4 corners at the center, and a long blade with a 2-foot 2-inch handle with a snapping piece like the other blade, and a black sword with a fierce curved tip fell in his hand. They were next to the weapon in my attic. Those are very powerful, Naruto, he said, and had Naruto seal all 3 pieces up. If you were to combine them, the amount of power it would release could level a small village block. Naruto gulped as Sai and Sasuke appeared. Before we leave, said Naruto, I brought a weapon for each of you that Lord Hokage said might work well with you. He pulled out a ring with a long blade on it and handed it to Sasuke, who flicked his wrist and caused it to become a huge shuriken with rune running the length of each blade. It's infused with fire chakra. Be careful with it. Thanks. Next, Naruto pulled out a long chain with a bludgeon on the end and handed it to Sai. An earth type mixed with poison that depletes chakra and accelerates any blood lose 3 times. Interesting, was his only reply. So Naruto moved on and gave Kakashi a glove with a lightning bolt on the back of it. What's special about this? It took me 2 months to develop. Between the threads is a piece of rubber like metal that is nigh indestructible. It can also channel lightning chakra. Kakashi's eye widened, and he quickly destroyed a nearby tree. Wow, he said excitedly. So once Naruto had made 20 clones, they walked out of the village at a brisk speed. Sasuke, wait for me, yelled Sakura 5 blocks away, but she went unanswered. She stopped to catch her breath and gritted her teeth. I'll teach Naruto to say, I'm not ready. She waited another 20 minutes and followed. With Team 7, the group walked along the road in serene silence. That is until Naruto and Kakashi saw a puddle in the road. Usually this isn't that much of a problem, except it's the middle of the summer and hasn't rained in 2 weeks. Kakashi dash. I know. Wait till we get past, and they reveal themselves, then slaughter them. The group walked past the puddle while not noticing the puddle. 2 ninja shot into the air and ran towards Kakashi. They wrapped a deadly-looking chain around him and sliced him to pieces. The 2 ninja rushed forward, but Sakura landed on the ground with a squeal. I finally caught up to you, Sasuke. Sasuke jumped back as the 2 ninja wrapped their chain around Sakura and chopped her pieces. Sakura, yelled Sasuke. He drew his shuriken and threw it at the 2, igniting a blue-flamed fire that killed one of them while the other jumped away at the last second. I need to report to Zabuza quickly. He turned to run until Kakashi slammed an arm into his throat, knocking the wind from his body. Tazuna, you have some explaining to do, he said as he turned around towards the bridge. I'm going to talk to our friend here. Wait here. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground with one arm on his left leg while he waited. You got any sake on you, old man? Aren't you a little young to drink? Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. And the fact the Banshee just died calls for some celebrating, mourning. She wasn't like much, was she? Ever heard someone yells so loud 3 windows broke just because the person they liked hit the training dummy target? Yikes. Try being the one she likes sometime, said Sasuke as Kakashi came back. Zabuza Momochi is waiting for us up ahead. Sai, seal up Sakura's remains and Naruto. Have a clone take them to her parents. The orders were followed, and the group started to move again, and Tazuna explained. A little while ago, a man named Gato came to Wave under the guise of a business project. What he was actually doing was beginning to take over our country. He will buy all the ports and boats. And when you're a small island like us, the shipping industry is your country's blood. He launched us into a spiral of poverty. The worst thing he did was publicly kill the man that was going to be my son-in-law. The group of ninja seemed solemn as Tazuna sighed. And if you finish your bridge, people will start returning and Gato will lose his hold. So he's trying to get rid of you. Naruto received and nodded as his answer. They continued in silence, pondering these things. They eventually reached the shoreline where a friend of Tazuna's gave them a ride over to Wave. I promise you, Tazuna, said Naruto out of the blue, I will see to it Gato dies, and that your bridge is finished. Everyone down, yelled Kakashi as a large, cleaving sword came from the woods. Naruto stood still as a hand of tree roots grabbed the blade and gave it to him. He looked it over and tossed it back towards the lake, where a man in a mist headband with a mark through it and a pair of blue pants wearing tape over his mouth grabbed it. Hey, Blondie, how did you do that? My Kekkei Genkai. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, only other surviving member of the Senju clan other than Tsunade. I can also use my great-great-grand uncle's ice abilities. Just watch. He did a long string of hand signs as his team mates snuck Tazuna away. Clouds swarmed around them and came down in a snowy tornado. Water style, ice cyclone. Large spikes of ice flew from the tornado toward the shocked Zabuza. He hefted his sword to block them, but an invisible force stopped the spikes. Thanks, Haku, that was a close one. No problem at all, Master Zabuza, said a feminine voice as a hunter Nin appeared at his side. Give up, kid, you're outnumbered. Really, Zabuza, because I'm not the one that has 100 ANBU surrounding him. Zabuza and the hunter Nin gulped as 100 ANBU stepped onto the water. Give up now, or I kill you. Never, they screamed, and the lake began to drain as two large dragons made entirely of ice flew upward as the girl wove her hands around while doing one-handed seals. Dragons, big surprise. Does no one have any imagination? Asked Naruto as he drew his weapons. He spun it around in his palm, then blasted chakra into it. Danzo all. Naruto held the blade vertically in front of his face where it looked like a single line, then switched it and swung at them. A flaming bird flew through the air on a watery chain. Zabuza spun in a large circle while dragging his Zanbato through the water. Water blade style, Zanbato wave. A wave of icy water flew up at the bird and stayed in place, pushing against the bird. The bird suddenly stopped and let itself be put out. Haku, watch out, Zabuza said as he looked around and saw Naruto floating above them. Wind chakra and seals, if you're wondering how I can float up here. Zabuza began a short series of hand signs, but a snake bit him on the leg in the water. He brought his sword down towards it, but a bolt of electricity flew into the bite. He screamed out in pain as the snake retreated beneath the surface. He growled as Naruto began to laugh. What's so funny, brat? My pet Roki. That was him. He can manipulate electricity. It's his special ability. I'm laughing thought because he was aiming for your ass. Zabuza paled at that image and shook his head, breaking apart mental cobwebs. Come down and fight like a man. Master Zabuza, those are fakes, said Haku. She pointed at the umbu. Release. The AMBU became the annoying blonde brat as Zabuza had named him as the henge disappeared. Surprise, they yelled out in unison. Copies of the snakes slithered down their arms and into the water and began to circle Zabuza and Haku, making a small whirlpool. Zabuza and Haku made their chakra go in the opposite direction of the whirlpool until bolts of lightning hit their feet and made them sink in. They floated for a second, then a snake bit into them. More snakes started to swarm around them. Water style, water cyclone jutsu, thought Zabuza as he finished his hand signs. The snakes were blown back, as well as the clones as a cyclone carried Zabuza in the air, with Haku waiting patiently in the water, a sphere of ice protecting her. Not bad, kid. Tell me, how did you get so much power? I'm a Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, no Kitsune, and holder of the Shodame and Nidame spirits. I usually wouldn't tell you this, but you're gonna die anyways, so it doesn't matter. He dropped the flow of chakra in his blade, so only the blade remained, and leaned it on his shoulder. You sure are confident. Well, I have a secret weapon. And what is that? Asked the guy behind you. Zabuza gulped and turned around. Standing in front of him was the Nidame Hokage. Is this some kind of trick? Barked Zabuza. No, I'm the Nidame. I have taken over the body of a shadow clone. Now die, you scum. He assumed a taijutsu stance and flew forward over the water as if it was a part of him. He struck out at Zabuza, but Haku took the hit. Her arm exploded to show a seal similar to Naruto's on her shoulder. Zabuza grabbed Haku and ran as the blood fell. She is a Jinchuriki, he said in surprise. She is the container for the seven-tailed dragon. His name is Hyoryu and is not considered a bijou. He was considered, but the Kaku beat him out for the spot. We lost track on him a few years back. That girl must have had him sealed into her somehow, said Kyubi in Naruto's mind as the clone the Nidame had possessed exploded. Naruto grunted and walked to the shore where he immediately attached his sword to his bracelet and fell face first on the ground. Exen 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 X. Will he be okay? Yes, but he won't be up for another day or two. I can't believe he fought a Zabuza by himself. He really is strong. He did learn a Jounin level jutsu in 3 hours. Naruto listened to the ongoing conversation of Kakashi and Sasuke outside his door as he placed his clothes on. He finished by placing his coat on, where Roki climbed in. Tired, Roki? That's a stupid question. Do you know how fast I had to swim, while at the same time making electricity? That ain't easy. Wake me up in a few hours, okay? Okay, get some rest. Naruto shut off the link he and his snake partner shared. He then opened the door to the shock of his team and walked downstairs. Naruto, wait. You aren't healthy enough, began Kakashi, but Naruto cut him off. I heal a lot faster than most ninja. I think the old man said it was 175.8% higher than the average person. Naruto sat down on a chair to eat some food. Well then, we're doing the tree walking exercise right now, so dash. Again, Naruto cut him off. I mastered that in kunai spinning. I can't do water walking though for some reason yet though. Go figure on that one. Naruto said through bites of food. Could you help me with that? Yeah, sure, no problem. And teach me some low-level lightning-style jutsu? I have trouble with lightning chakra, while I have a high affinity to the other four. I can't actually teach them to you, but I can give you the scrolls and hand signs. And can't you teach me? The civilian council said I wasn't supposed to dash. Kakashi, civilian council, not ninja council. They have no say in the matter. And so the day went by, leaving Sai and Sasuke to train and Naruto to heal. The next day, Naruto sat on the bridge watching Tazuna argue with a man who wanted to quit. I can't believe that dumbass, yelled Tazuna as the man left. You know, I can whip up 1,000 clones to help. They can use fire-style jutsus to melt the metal into place, and can use absolute control over wood, shortening it or lengthening it at will. Could you really do that? Just watch me. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 1,000 Naruto clones popped into existence on the bridge and began to run around and helping the workers. Want some sake? Asked Tazuna as they sat back and watched. I got my own. Land of Tea's finest, in fact. Naruto pulled the bottle he described out of thin air and began to drink from it. Tazuna's mouth drooled as he looked at the liquid. How does it taste? Pretty much perfect. It's sweet yet powerful, and the aftertaste sends a shiver down my spine. And this is the only sake in the world with vitamins and minerals in it. Got any extra for an old man? Nope, only bottle I got left. My sensei. He trailed off, and the smile he wore slowly disappeared. My former sensei, Anko Mitarashi, drank most of it. God, she was drunk the next day. Tazuna and Naruto moved out of the puddle the drool had made and began to help themselves. A portion of the clones were underwater, building the pillars the bridge stood on. Another portion was helping by moving the bars and wood into place. A final group was melting the bars into shape and placing the cement down. By the end of the day, only a few feet were left to complete. Thanks for the help, Naruto. We couldn't have done it without you. No problem. Naruto dismissed his clones and grabbed his head in pain. Man, I forgot everything my clones learn returns to me after they disappear. That much information hurt, is all. The workers all left to go as dark clouds formed overhead. Hold on, Brat. Naruto restrained his instincts, which kept yelling, if he calls me Brat again, I'll kill him, as Tazuna stood on a box. Okay, everyone, the yearly week-long storm has finally reached us, so take some time off. We'll come back the day after it stops. The workers all continued home, putting the information away for later as Tazuna was grabbed up by Naruto and flown through the trees to his house. 5 minutes of hopping later. Father, how did things go today? Asked Tsunami as Tazuna and Naruto sat down to eat with everyone else. It was incredible. Thanks to Naruto, we have only a few feet left on the bridge. Unfortunately, the week-long storm just arrived. Work will begin the after it stops. Everyone was shocked, especially Inari. That stupid blonde punk did all that. So how are we going to train now, Sensei? Inquired Sai as Naruto dragged the food down his throat at an incredible pace. We're going to go upon the roof and use chakra to keep from falling off. Once you master that, we'll see what your elemental affinity is. Inari, said Naruto after he placed his latest empty plate on the table. Would you like to learn some ninja skills? I would gladly teach you the 3 Academy Jutsu. Inari's eyes widened and he nodded quickly. If this kid can be that good, think how great I could be. Great, just come get me when you're ready in the morning. Inari nodded and Tsunami let a warm smile creep on her face. Her son was going to be a ninja. He might even get over Kaisa's death. The group soon separated and went to their bedrooms to sleep. X%, 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 XX%, X%, X%, XX%, X%, 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 XX%, X%. Inari knocked on Naruto's door. The wooden rectangle creaked, and the blonde stood waiting. He took Inari on to the living room. First thing you need to do is learn a mold chakra. Use the ram seal and we'll see what happens. Naruto showed Inari the seal and then gave him tips on how to mold the energy. Inari laced his fingers and began to release a large amount of chakra. After 2 minutes, Naruto stopped him. Was something wrong? Yeah, a little kid who isn't even a ninja has high Jinin to low Chunin level chakra. That isn't exactly common. Inari smiled as Naruto explained jutsus, hand signs, chakra, ninja ranking, and weapons. So can I learn jutsu? He asked. Naruto tapped his chin and nodded. I'll teach you how to do the clone jutsu. Is that the one you used to help Grandpa? If I learn that, I'll show them I am better than this punk. No, that's the shadow clone jutsu. It makes solid clones. The clone jutsu makes illusion copies, not real one. Shadow clone is a Jounin level technique. So Naruto showed Inari the clone hand signs and how to make one. Go ahead and try. Clone jutsu. 20 clones of Inari filled up the room. Very impressive, Inari. Not even Sasuke could do that many. Naruto then moved on to the transformation technique. Could you show me this one? Well, I do have one technique. Naruto made the hand sign and whispered the name of his technique. In a blast of smoke, a wet and naked girl appeared. She had huge boobs and 2 blonde pigtails. The only thing covering her private areas was 2 thinning lines of smoke. Inari backed away as she sat down on his lap, right as Tsunami came down the steps. Inari, who is this woman? I'm the hooker he ordered. He said his mom needed some fun, she said with a twinkle in her eyes, and stood up, showing everything to Tsunami, who rocketed up the stairs with a blast of blood. The girl became a laughing Naruto, who was rolling on the floor. That wasn't very nice, Naruto. And what's a hooker? Asked Inari. Naruto looked at him for a second, then started to laugh even harder. I think that's it for today. For the rest of the week, everything was interesting to say the least. Naruto taught Inari the 3 academy jutsu, while Sasuke and Sai mastered the tree walking exercise. After 5 days, the rain stopped. Naruto went outside to practice his sword's play since he couldn't inside, and Sasuke followed him, hoping to learn some basic kenjutsu. They arrived in a small clearing with herbs and flowers growing everywhere. Naruto tossed a wooden sword to Sasuke and grabbed one himself. Let's begin, okay? Go into this stance. As Naruto was about to slip into a stance, a card hit the ground in between them. On one side was a picture of a black fire, and on the other a red moon. Excuse us, could you help us please? Came a female voice. 2 girls walked into the clearing. One had long black hair and onyx eyes. The other had blue skin and gills and short-cut black hair. Itachi Kisame, is that you? Asked Naruto. Sasuke's eyes hardened. Maybe it is Brat, answered the blue-skinned one. Yeah, that's Kisame. The 2 girls disappeared to be replaced by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto, what's going on here? Snarled Sasuke. Relax, little brother, said Itachi. Naruto is part of Lord Jeriah's spy network. We came to give him our report. He looked at Kisame, who nodded. Also, we have some information that could destroy Akatsuki if used properly. Chapter 4, Forest Fight. We lost a possible member, named Dara. He refused us, explained Itachi while sitting down on a log. We were deployed to track him. He met up with a man named Edo, a former Kenoha genin who stole the legendary Raijin Ken. They just met Zabuza Momochi and his assistant. If you can get him to join you, you could turn the tides in a battle that they plan to strike in a few years, said Kisame, while looking through the Ica Paradise. Ultimate Pictures of Positions issue. And this helps us how exactly? Kisame and Itachi looked at each other and smirked. He temporarily destroyed his chakra network, explained Kisame, then he cringed. What Kisame is trying to say is that he absorbed the Kaku and ran like hell. He is the 7-tailed weasel, Jinchuriki. Itachi also visibly flinched. We will let you try and convince him to come back, but should you fail, we will kill him. I just hope Leader doesn't mentally attack us like last time. He tossed a scroll to Naruto. Give this to the old man. He gave the peace sign, and they disappeared in a flash of black flames. Back to the house we go, yelled Naruto. Sasuke shook his head, and they began to run back. Oh no, yelled Naruto. He threw the content of his kunai pouch out looking for something that he eventually realized wasn't there. I left the scroll Yamato-sensei gave me in the clearing. I'm gonna go back and get it. He placed his equipment back and ran back to the clearing. Looking for this, came a voice from the trees. He looked up to see a girl with brown hair in two braids that continuously intertwined and untwined. She wore an open tan brown trench coat, revealing a jounin vest that had a jade Chinese outfit on under said vest. Think a jade version of Tenen's clothes in part 2. She was holding his sensei's scroll. Yeah, can I have it back, please? She sweat dropped, realized she didn't know he was an enemy. Yeah, here you go. She threw the scroll, and he caught it, then pulled the exploding note off it and stuffed it down his throat, spitting it out like a spit a second later. She jumped back as it hit the branch she was standing on. Buarin, what do you want? He said while secretly pulling out a tri-pronged kunai. Akira Erasure, niece of the Tsuchikage, the jade sword of IWA, and the emerald armor IWA. The reason I am here is because I was assigned to kill you. As she spoke the last sentence, she snapped her fingers, and a large wall of mud formed in front of her as the kunai shadow clone jutsu that was heading her way nearly hit her. She let it crumble, only to receive multiple punches. You shouldn't have let the kunais get so close. I could have killed you there and then, he said as he twirled the kunai and threw it at her. She caught it and gasped as the second and third prongs stabbed her and a fist landed in her stomach following a yellow flash of light. She growled and threw her trench coat on the ground, leaving a huge crater. I didn't think a genin could hurt me, but we'll see what happens now. She flashed through hand signs and clapped. She pulled her hands apart slowly to show a sword made entirely of jade. That I'm serious. She flew forward so fast Naruto was thrown back from the force of the first stab. He kicked her off him as he flew back. Good thing I sealed my cloak up before I got here. Naruto, careful with her. I saw a large amount of jade fragments embedded in her arm and hands, so she must use them for jutsu, said the Nidame as Naruto activated his newly named eyes, the Korahabushi, or the Ice Leaf Eye. I know a technique that might work against her if enough chakra is used, said the Shodai, as Akira prepared a second strike. Then take over and do it. Naruto felt his control leave and landed in the Shodame's chair as a portal broadcasted the events through his eyes. Tree Taijutsu style, 1,000 tree blades, he called out as thousands of roots and trees sprung up, restoring the clearing to its original beauty. Two large arms made of wood holding two different types of swords, one a long sword, the other a short sword, sprout behind him. The gravity seals covering Naruto's body glowed gold and exploded, leaving the marks but no power in them. He disappeared as hundreds of tri-pronged kunai surrounded Akira. She finished the hand signs she had been doing as Naruto began. He traveled over the kunai, delivering attacks the swords would then increase until 1,000 wounds were delivered. Not bad, Akira said from the ground, until her skin shattered and became emerald armor. But not good enough. Emerald armor, yelled Naruto as he regained control. If I'm not careful, I may have to use one of those jutsu. My Kekkei Genkai actually granted unto me by the Kaku before it disappeared. I have complete control over all minerals. Which reminds me, she did 4 fast hand signs, emerald cocoon jutsu. Thousands of multiple colored minerals shot into the air and formed around Naruto into a 6-sided chamber. Naruto sighed and began a long and tedious line of hand signs as the chamber slowly closed around him. Elemental infusing style, earth elemental chakra, flow, fluctuate, as Naruto called out his jutsu's name, a large brown orb of chakra floating inside the center of his chakra network. It spun between 2 equally large orbs of gray and blue, while small orbs of yellow and red soared overhead. The brown orb suddenly spread out, flowing through the chakra network and skin, increasing skin texture and muscles. No one can survive this attack. Emerald Spike Funeral, called out Akira as more emeralds floated up outside the casket and flew into it, making larger spikes form that sunk into the casket and shot into Naruto. She snapped, and the minerals all disbanded, flying to her as she turned and began to walk away. SS high priority indeed, uncle. Not even worth my time. You turning tail and running like a coward. Has the jade blade dulled at the prospect of fighting a superior opponent? Akira stopped in her tracks and growled as the minerals formed over her other arm and her Nodachi made of jade, turning it into a Zanbato and making a medium-sized shield on her arm. So you managed to survive my jutsu after a dash she never finished. As she turned to face him, she saw not Naruto, but a demon child holding a blade of wood and rock attached to a Sanjigun. What the hell? I didn't think anyone could force me to use one of these jutsu, but you did. You are so powerful, I must activate a forbidden jutsu taught to me by none other than the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Hanyu mode, Earth style, level 1. Akira felt her courage began to leave her as she looked upon this monstrosity. Instead of skin, a gray rock-like substance covered Naruto, showing large muscles beneath. Think the way Hato looked at the end of the second movie. A barbed tail fell behind him, and his hair had become more spiky and longer, as well as a dark red color that made him look even more menacing. Large claws fell from his fingertips, and 2 wolf heads made of gold rested, one on each shoulder, with closed eyes and menacing fangs. A wooden insignia of the Senju clan covered his chest, and his sword stuck out from the end of the Sanjigun. "You are a demon!" she yelled and forced half her chakra out, a reserve that was almost as large as Naruto's human reserves. Half of the reserves is multiplied by 2 and turned into Earth Chakra, or whatever element he is in, while the other half, well, third at this point, is for other elements and normal jutsu in Hanyu mode to her armor and weapons. She formed hundreds more swords around her and stumbled through hand signs, having to start over several times. Once she finished a full 5 minutes later, she named her technique. Jewel Style, 100 chained weapons. Jewel Style, Crystal Wings. Naruto, only a few select members of the Erasure clan may use that technique. I fought one myself and nearly died. I would have had Sarutobi and my brother not be there. Those jutsu she just used are deadly if enough force is used, explained to Shodame as Naruto swung his tail and adjusted to his new form. He bent forward a little, focusing an immense chakra force. "Kyuubi, how long till the others get here? I can feel them, but I have to grasp on their time of arrival." "About 5 minutes, young one. If you must, use my chakra to form the cloak, but always be wary. She has a huge amount of chakra still left." "Thank you, Kyuubi." "Anytime, Naruto, anytime." Naruto tilted his eyes upward to see 100 chains connecting to Akira, 10 per finger, and they each led to a weapon, ranging from dagger to Zanbato to halberds to Naginatas. There was even a rolling pin. She crossed her fingers, and 250 shadow clones surrounded the area. They all yelled in unison at Naruto. "Die, you demon freak!" The weapons flew forward as they crashed their hands against the ground. "I am No Demon." The pure force of the yell stopped the weapons in their tracks. "I'm tired of fools like you assuming I am a demon because my father sealed the Kyuubi into me. If you cannot see past that, you deserve to die." His sword erupted into a rock blade surrounded by a torrent of ice and water. "Dance of the Earth Dragon," he yelled and began to swing his weapon around. Combined with his claws, the clone shattered into diamonds that exploded into smoke. As he reached Akira, his body pulsed, and the body fell apart as the weapon was an inch from her hearts. He backed up and gasped as the Sanjigun became a bracelet again. "Almost had me, but not quite." She raised her weapons high and prepared for a killing blow. "Lightning Blade!" came the cry as a fist shattered the armor. Akira walked forward a little and spit up some blood. As Kakashi held his kunai up, Akira whipped around and kicked Kakashi in the stomach. He stumbled and she fled the scene. Chapter 5, Bloody Mist. Zabuza Momochi was not one to wait to finish a mission and get paid. He was not one to get angry because he lost a single battle. But this was completely different. That blonde kid had hurt Haku. If he hadn't had Haku learn some medical jutsu when she met the Tsunade woman, Haku wouldn't have a left arm. Now he was really mad. He had begun to see Haku as a daughter long ago, but she only considered him her master wheel. She was the tool. It made him so angry that the blonde could hurt Haku like that. "Did you figure out what he did, Haku?" "Yes, Master Zabuza." "Haku, please, call me Zabuza or Zabuza-sensei." Haku looked at him puzzled. "Why Master Zabuza?" "Because I don't see you as a tool, Haku. I stopped seeing you like that long ago." Haku looked downcast as he said this. A single tear went down her face, but Zabuza wiped it away. "Please don't cry," he said, showing compassion for the first time in a long time. "Why, Master Zabuza? Am I not good enough to serve you?" she asked, more tears welling up. "No, Haku, that's not it at all. I refuse to see you as a tool. I see you more as a daughter." She looked up in surprise. "You mean Dash?" "From this moment on, when you tell someone your name, tell them you're Haku Momochi, and if they mess with you, they mess with me," he said. He widened his eyes as he felt two slender arms wrap around his chest. A wet substance drifted down it as Haku let her tears fall. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Father," she said. Zabuza smiled as his eyes softened, and he began to stroke her hair. "It's going to be okay, Haku." He looked out the window as the rain ceased. "Why don't you go pick some herbs? I know that relaxes you." She sniffled and smiled at him. "Thank you, Father." Then she looked at him with an evil grin. "So, since you're my father, can I have some money?" "Go pick your herbs," he laughed. She smiled and went into her room. She came out 30 minutes later with her hair done, her clothes smoothed out, and a basket on her arm. "I'll be back soon," she said in a sing-song voice. She skipped out the door, singing some random song. I chime in, "Haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door?" "No," she sang. Zabuza's sweat dropped and began to sharpen his sword. "What a weird girl. I'll meet you back at Tazuna's house, Kakashi-sensei. I just need to rest here for a sec," said Naruto. Kakashi nodded and left Naruto lying on the ground. He yawned and threw his arms behind him. He closed his eyes and fell asleep without realizing it. Haku walked into the clearing where she knew herbs grew and saw the blonde kid that hurt her and Zabuza. She drew a senbon and walked over to him. As she reached down, she hesitated. She put the senbon away and tapped him in the nose. "You'll catch your death out here," she said. The blonde opened his eyes to look at Haku. "Hey, who are you?" "I'm Haku." "Why do you ask?" "Not many girls as sexy as you just come out alone in the forest is all," he said, still half asleep. He suddenly realized what he had said and flew backwards from her. "What I meant is, you see, what happened is Dash." He stopped when he realized she was laughing. "It's okay, Naruto." "How do you know my name?" She froze. She had just possibly given away her identity. "You just look like a Naruto," she said. He looked at himself, then smiled. "I guess I do. What are you doing out here, Haku?" "I came to pick some herbs. It relaxes me." "What about you?" He hesitated, she observed. "Some old friends came by, and I was talking to them. I dropped a scroll when I was leaving, though, and I went back to get it when I was attacked by this other ninja. I fell asleep when I only meant to spend a few minutes catching my breath." He struggled to get up. "Would you like some help with your herb picking?" "Why, thank you. I very much would." So the two picked herbs for a little while, until Naruto popped a strange question. "Haku, do you have a boyfriend?" Haku was taken off guard, but she recovered quickly. She laughed, hoping to make her lie convincible. "Naruto, I'm a boy," she said. "No, you're a girl." She glared at him. "How would you possibly know that, Naruto?" "Your kimono came open a second ago." For the first time, she noticed he was looking her right in the eye. She also felt a slight breeze on her chest. She quickly smiled evil and walked over to him. She got close to him and ran her palm down his cheek. "Like what you see, handsome." She winked at him and he fell over. She looked at him for a second, then burst out laughing, rolling on the ground. When she finally stopped laughing, she closed her kimono and woke Naruto up with a slap to the head. "Are you okay?" "You're worse than one of my senseis," he yelled. Then a few drops of blood began to run down his nose, but he quickly wiped them away. "How many senseis have you had, Naruto?" she said. "And you were right, I am a girl." "I knew it," he cheered. Then he grew sad, as if the question made him remember something terrible. "I had 3 before the one I have now. 2 of them were guys and 1 a girl. The 2 guys were named Yamato and Hate. They were like older brothers to me. Well, Yamato was, but Hate was more of a father figure. The girl was Anko Mitarashi. She was really hot and really bold. You remind me of her. When we were forced to separate, she actually gave me a naked picture of herself to make me remember her." He laughed and smiled as the memories came back. Then they disappeared as fast as they came. "What's wrong, Naruto?" He stood up and walked to her. He grabbed her hand and kissed it. "I have to go, Haku, but it was nice to meet you." He tilted his head to the side, and an evil smile covered his face. "Are you blushing?" Haku slowly put a hand on her cheek, and felt the heat. He laughed at her, and she humphed at his laugh. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips very lightly, but she had to resist the urge to deepen it. "I'll see you when Zabuza comes to the bridge, Haku," he called back as he leapt away. She put her hand on the cheek and stayed in that spot till Zabuza came looking for her. The next day, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't we wake Naruto? Don't worry, Sasuke. Naruto needs to regenerate his chakra. He'll join us soon, answered the Jounin as he fitted his gloves Naruto gave him on. He then wiped some blood on a kunai, threw it toward the ground, and pulled out a scroll. He made some hand seals with the scroll inside them and slammed it on the ground. Long, twisting lines of seals ripped out of the scroll and into the earth. A second later, 8 Nin dogs stood waiting for Kakashi. "Tazuna, get on the bulldog and let's get going." "Sure, as long as the bridge gets finished faster," said Tazuna. He was a little more than worried since Kakashi had told them the night before Zabuza would attack today. He climbed on a large brown dog that leapt into the trees, followed by the other dogs. The ninja quickly reached the edge of the forest and came upon a mist-covered bridge with the workers laying in a neat line with Sunban in them. "We have the advantage here. He hasn't seen our attacks, but we know all of his," said Kakashi as he had his dogs burrow underground. They walked onto the bridge and waited. "Sharingan Kakashi, I finally get to fight you," said a voice from the fog. The mist around them disappeared, showing 8 Zabuza clones. Sasuke used his speed to dispatch them and land in the same spot, looking like he hadn't even moved. "Looks like you have a match for Speed Haku," said Zabuza as the mist cleared to show him and the hunter Nin. 2 teenagers, both guys, one with green hair, the other with blonde, stood next to him. "Where is Naruto?" asked the hunter Nin. Haku instantly cursed herself for revealing she knew him. Zabuza looked down at her in surprise. "Haku, what aren't you telling me?" "No time. Must attack now." She rushed at Sasuke with a Senbon, who parried with a kunai. They struggled for a moment. "You are at a disadvantage here." "How so?" "For one, you can't use one of your hands. And 2, we're surrounded by water." She began to do one-handed seals with her free hand. "I style 1,000 needles of death." The water around them floated up into the air, forming small but sharp needles. They flew at Sasuke, who didn't move. Haku had jumped away and looked in shock as the needles landed and Sasuke exploded into smoke. "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Haku back flipped over the large ball of blue fire that instantly disappeared when she dodged it. Sasuke appeared behind her and threw a kick, but she jammed a Sunbon in it. "Damn, almost had her in my lion's barrage." Yes, I know he didn't get it till the Chunin exams, but still, I gave it to him. He pulled the Sunbon out as Haku began to do more one-handed seals. "No more kidding around. Ice style, demon ice mirrors." Water from the air and ocean floated around Sasuke and Haku as a dome of flat, icy mirrors formed. Sasuke pulled out his flaming windmill, shuriken, and filled it to the brim with chakra. He threw it at the mirror. Haku went in as white fire formed around it. It crashed into a mirror and bounced off. He caught it and looked at the slowly healing scratch going through it. He growled and took his chakra back from his shuriken. "You're strong, but I won't lose to you," he proclaimed. He flashed through some hand signs and held his hand in for not his lips. "Please forgive me, Naruto." Fire style, dragon flame bombs. A huge blast of chakra fired through the top mirror and into the sky, coiling around itself. It came back down to be met with a wolf made entirely of ice. He canceled the flow of chakra when it appeared, causing the dragon to explode. Tazuna's house. "They're coming this way," yelled Naruto as he finished butting his clothes on. He felt the rest of his shadow clones dismiss themselves as he ran downstairs to see Tsunami and Inari calmly eating breakfast. "Hurry, Gado's men are coming." Inari stood up and grabbed his mother, dragging her upstairs. Naruto waited patiently for the 2 men. Outside, Gado's 2 personal samurai opened the door to see our hero. "Here, brat, where's Tsunami?" asked the one with tattoos all over his arms. "She's far away from here," calmly said Inari as he walked down the stairs. "No problem. We'll take the kid instead," said the other samurai. Naruto nodded at Inari, and he crossed his hands in a ram sign. Clone jutsu. The room was filled with Inari clones in an instant. They surrounded the guys in a large circle while Naruto sat back and watched. The clones began to run in a large circle, then they stopped again and crossed their fingers. "Forbidden Uzumaki Namikaze's technique," he yelled. The samurai drew their swords and ran towards the door, but they were stopped by sexy jutsu. They rocketed around the room in a blast of blood as naked women with only smoke covering their privates appeared and winked at them. "Not bad, Runt," said Naruto as he ruffled the real Inari's hair. "That bluff about the forbidden style was smart." "Naruto, I was scared. Are you mad at me?" "No, of course not. Being a ninja means you have to do things that may be scary so you can help other people. There's nothing wrong with it." He smiled down at Inari and gave him a kunai. "Protect your mom while I'm gone." He then ran out of the house and skated over the water of the nearby lake with his chakra. He reached a waterfall after a few minutes and smiled as an idea hit him. He jumped off the steep drop into a spiral as his jacket started to glow. In a blast of white light and sizzling air, Naruto soared off, wind and forced flames shooting him through the air. The bridge. Kakashi dodged 2 sword strokes, one from Zabuza and the second from the newly named Aio, the green-haired teen. "Oh, stay out of this," barked Zabuza as he dodged a kunai slash. "This is my fight too, Zabuza. Besides, my sword is stronger than yours." He held the Raijin up for them to behold, but Zabuza hit it and it flew into a crane. Aio went to retrieve it as Kakashi made a mad dash to the dome. Zabuza blocked him by throwing the sword. "Give up, Kakashi. You can't win." "You seem to be forgetting something, Zabuza." Kakashi raised his hand high in the air and let the mist spin around him as a bolt of thunder built in his outstretched index and middle finger. "I haven't even finished warming up yet." He whipped the glove out, and a bang followed as a huge crescent of thunder ripped apart the cement it hit. Lightning style, thunder crescent jutsu. Water style, freezing water shield jutsu. Water from the air, the water from the clones, and additional water from the ocean formed into a shield that froze into a 4-foot-long and 6-foot-wide block. As the attack hit it, Zabuza flooded his jutsu with water and chakra. He had the ice to his nose when he stopped. The crescent kept going and going as it destroyed the ice. It grew closer and closer to Zabuza until the ice was shattered. The jutsu flew at him and stopped an inch from his face as a blade of yellow energy blocked it. "Move, you eyebrowless freak." Zabuza grabbed his sword and flew backwards. In the mirrors, Sasuke was covered in Senbon. He dodged another barrage and focused his chakra like Naruto taught him. He then expelled the chakra out through all his pores at once, expelling the weapons. They stuck in the mirrors with a twang and stopped another attack. Up in the air, the blonde teen, now named Dara, and Sai battled it out on birds. Sai sent his drawing birds and beasts, while Dara blew them up. They circled each other a few times before continuing the process. In the sky, Naruto dropped to the ground halfway through the forest. He raced forward at top speed. As a face seemed to come out of the tree, he remembered how he had come across the 2 extra entities in his mind. Flashback. Naruto sat meditating in the training ground, his senseis doing the same around him. He slowly sunk into his mindscape to visit the Kyuubi. What he was met with surprised him. The last time he had been here as a small child, it was nothing but a damp sewer. Now it was divided. In the center was a large mansion with an elaborate gate, which guarded a yard filled with snow-topped trees and shrubbery. Next to this was the sewer and its large gate. On the other side of the mansion, the left side, the landscape became a desert with a large cyclone spinning madly. And across from the sewer was a large field of geysers and volcanoes. "Naruto, please come in," said a female voice. He turned and saw the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She had long, fiery hair, a silk dark green kimono, and was at least a D cup. "Who are you?" She laughed at him and grabbed his hand, making him blush and move his cloak over his middle lower section. "I'm Kyuubi City." "But Kyuubi has this evil demonic voice." "That's only in my demon form. This is my human form. And I know what your next question is going to be, so don't say it." "What I asked then," he said. "You were going to ask why I wasn't a girl. I don't know why you humans all think demons have to be males. The only guy is the Yamato Orochi. And the Kaku, but he's kind of weird." She pulled him inside the mansion, where he had the shock of his life. He began to bow, low and formal. "What are you doing?" said QB from right between his legs. He hopped back in surprise, and she laughed when he hit her left. She got up and walked over to the man sitting in an armchair on the right side of the fireplace. QB, get him me. Do I have to? Yes, he yelled. She fell on the floor and crossed her arms in disappointment. Naruto gazed at the two men before him. The one on the right had long, white, spiky hair and stood in blue armor with a headplate like Yamato's on. He was the Naidame Hokage and his great-great-granduncle. The man sitting in the chair center of the fire wore red armor and had long black hair that went down his back. He was the Shodame, the master of tree-style technique. You seem surprised, Naruto, said the Naidame. Well, I didn't exactly wake up this morning and say I'm going to go meet the spirits of two dead Hokages today, you know. What are you doing here anyway? The Shinigami placed us here to guide you and help you, answered the Shodame. He also told us to instruct you in something only a Jinchuriki can learn. And what's that? Said Naruto, holding in his sudden excitement. QB stood up and sat down in the chair on the far left of the fire. It's called Hanyu form. It turns you into a half-demon of whatever element type you use. You have 4. Water from Naidame, earth from Shodame, and fire from me. You, though, have an incredibly strong wind affinity. We will teach you how to use some of our techniques, as well as unlock each of your 4 Hanyu forms. First for you to learn is the signature move of the Kitsune clan, Foxfire style. In flashback, he raced faster through the trees until a large line of jagged spikes shot up and tried to impale him. He used his jacket to float up and noticed they were made of jewels. Damn, it's Akira again. I have to be careful. My chakra is low since I used a shortcut. Hanyu mode is too risky to use now. Guess I'm going with Foxfire. I know you're there, Akira. So, come out. The young woman came out her hiding spot. She had discarded her trench coat and stood poised for combat. Twin nodachas, one of emerald and one of diamond, held in her hands. That was a powerful move you fought me with the other day, Uzumaki. It inspired me to make my first original jutsu. And those swords are, I presume? No, these are just a medium. This is my technique. She held both swords in a reverse grip and lifted her arms up into the air while spreading them as far as possible. She rammed both blade tips into the shoulder closest to either tip. They slowly sank into her torso. As they disappeared, the fragments in her hands started to twine into each other. They spread over her body, making her into a sickeningly beautiful creature. Her face stayed where it was, but seemed to become more beautiful. Her body became replaced with that of a lion with hairs made of jewels, battle scars decorating its flesh. The final feature was the long eagle wings coming from her shoulder blades. The jade feathers were dirty and ripped in places. You turned yourself into that creature, rage boiled in Naruto. QB fed him memories of a similar beast holding her hostage and sucking off her chakra when she was only 4 tails of power. She ended up using the highest power of Foxfire, Amaterasu Chi, on it by accident. This in turn made her a 7-tailed beast, but at a great cost. 1,000 years later, she wiped out the race, except for a small child. That child became the only 10-tailed beast, Zayubi, and was trapped in the void. Jewel style, Jewel Sphinx transformation jutsu, she yelled. Naruto growled in anger, but managed to get himself under control. Better end this quickly with Dad's move. You want to fight? Then I'll fight you. He curled his hands in a fist and swung his leg high and brought it down with a crash on the ground. A long line of fire raced forward, but a shield of jade protected Akira. He started to punch at her, sending balls of fire at her. The fire turned black as blood mixed into it, burning the flesh under the wound. He brought both hands together in a tiger seal and snapped his fingers. Fire style, Fire Swarm Jutsu. Thousands of fireflies flew at Akira and impacted on her shield in a huge blast of flames and smoke. As the black smog cleared away, a large crack ran down the protective surface. A sickening thud and crack followed the smoke as the shield exploded. You destroyed my shield, she lunged at him, but he sunk under her and, landing on his back, placed both feet on her stomach and pushed her into the air. She caught herself on her wings and glided around him. Multiple strike, hidden shadow, snake hands. A huge column of snakes wrapped around Akira's legs and pulled her down. She roared and clawed at them. Naruto held his other hand to his side and concentrated, building his chakra up. It spun around in his palm, focusing freezing water and a cutting wind chakra together into one. He released the snakes to curl around Akira and opened his other palm. He focused his shielding earth and burning blue fire chakra to it. "Get these damn snakes off me," she roared. "This is gonna hurt like a bitch in the morning," he yelled over the tornado he summoned. His cloak took on a flaming appearance and launched him forward. As he was a few feet away, he cocked both arms and yelled out, ice and magma styles, raising Gan. The two attacks pierced the Sphinx and kept going, spinning blood over the area. Naruto slowed down and did a backflip. He watched as Akira fell to the ground. "He really is his father's son," she whispered as he threw a tri-pronged kunai and landed next to her with a flash. "You've gotten better, that's for sure. I almost had to use my summons on you." Manda wouldn't have been happy. He helped her over to a tree and leaned her against it. "Rest, sleep, and leave me the hell alone." He turned to leave, but a croaking sound caught his ear. It was mixed with pain and tears. "Wait, please, take these." He stared at Akira as she held out the diamond and emerald blades. "They were my father's. He will most likely disown me when he finds out I lost. And to a Namikaze no less, so take these. As a gift." He slowly and carefully walked over to her. He grasped the weapons in his hand and laughed. "Thanks, I needed 2 sword for the attack I'm going to finish Zabuza off with." "Zabuza Momochi?" "Yes, as well as 3 others. You know one, a ninja named Dara, if my assumption is correct." Her fist cracked as she gasped. Day is on the bridge. A tear threatened to fall over her eyelids, but she kept it in check with a few winks. "Please, tell him I know the truth, and that I try to stop them. He'll understand." She closed her eyes and passed in a blissful unconsciousness. Naruto smiled and squatted down. He placed a kiss on her cheek. "I promise I will." He turned to leave and shot through the trees, his cloak flapping behind him. The bridge. Sasuke was covered in blood and Senbon. His Sharingan had finally activated, but it really wasn't of use, so he kept it off to preserve chakra. He had destroyed the top mirror with his dragon flame bombs, but there was a long way to go to freedom. He glimpsed Sai and the kid that made exploding animals fighting overhead. Through a gap in the wall, he saw Kakashi fending off 2 enemies. "I would focus on me, Uchiha," said the girl in the mirror. He felt a familiar presence and burst out laughing, causing all fighting to stop. "You're forgetting something, Zabuza, something that will end your lives." "And what's that copy, brat?" growled Zabuza. "The number 1, hyperactive, knuckle-headed ninja from our village, and son of out Yondaime Hokage and Kenoha's bloody blade. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Hundreds of yellow flashes appeared around the bridge as a huge army of Narutos covered the place. The real one landed in the center of the mirrors with Sasuke, while the clones got Kakashi away from there. "Thanks for the introduction." "No problem. You just have to teach me a jutsu later." "Screw you, Uchiha." He drew both his jewel weapons and ran at a mirror. Haku laughed and hopped to a different mirror. He crossed the blades and cut the mirror in half with a blast of wind. He then did this 5 more times before Haku had to get out of the mirrors. Dara skidded backwards and spit out some blood as the 4 enemy ninja regrouped together. He made a giant snake and had it coil around them in a dome. "So what do we do?" said Eijo, his Raijin giving them light. "We fight. Haku, use the 2nd level of the mirrors, but keep enough chakra for your transformation. Dara, summon some fast-moving ground animals, and Aio, we try and behead him while this happens," said Zabuza. They each ate a few soldier pills and some blood pills. Dara had the snake shoot out and try and get the blonde, but he burst into smoke. Haku did a long series of one-handed and two-handed seals and ended by spitting a ball of blood high into the air. Water collected around the ball and began to twist. Large rectangles with spikes shot out and ran through the clones. Eventually, only one Naruto, the real Naruto, was left. "So you want to use Ice Jutsu, do ya? Fine then, eat my most powerful one. Ice style, freezing blizzard wind crescent blade barrage." Large black clouds began to circle overhead as a blizzard started to whip up. Haku made a large dome cover them as Naruto realized the jutsu wasn't taking effect. "New plan, blow him up." "Yeah, blowy up time," yelled Dara, clapping his hands together. Dara removed his Akatsuki cloak to show the uniform of an IWA genin. He took the shirt off to show a giant mouth on his chest. "Boys, meet C3." As he was about to start feeding Clay to the mouth, the blizzard stopped and Haku lowered the dome. For the first time, Dara noticed the swords. The huge glob of clay in his hands dropped to the ground. "Dara, why did you stop?" He ignored Aio's question and turned to Naruto. "Hey, where did you get those swords?" "That depends on if you're Dara," answered Naruto. "I am. Why do you ask?" "Akira told me to tell you. She knows the truth and try to stop them. She said that right after she gave me these." He assumed a stance as icy wings formed on his back. "Good thing I figured out how to do this. I better finish them before my chakra is gone." He dashed forward, the wings increasing his speed, his korahabushi blazing in the light. One raised a huge and thick wall, but he chopped through it. Chakra danced over his blade as he spun them a few times and began his dance. He sliced and diced, making them back away. On the last strike, he released the built-up chakra in an X-shaped slash, sending two dragons, one white, one black, outward at them and called out the name of his dance. Dance of the two dragon brothers. Blood from Zabuza and Aio and water from his exploding wings mixed in the air, making a beautiful, almost enchanting scene as the sun set. The once white mist was covered in blood, a bloody mist. Zabuza and Aio fell down on the ground, but Dara and the Hunter Nin stayed standing, and he had a good explanation for that. "Hanyu mode, level 1, said Dara. He raised his lowered head to show slanted brown eyes and thick whisker marks. Dark and deeply curved claws came from his fingertips, and his hair grew brown with a long black streak. Mouths ran up his arms and stopped an inch from his shoulder. "Hanyu mode, level 1. She raised her head and spread her arms wide, sending long wings made of a near-transparent material billowing back. Slanted sapphire eyes took the place of beautiful brown. An icy tail hung form behind him, and claws formed over her fingers. "So we won't go Hanyu, do we?" "Fine then." He closed his eyes for a moment, contacting his tenants. "These guys are dangerous, but they can be defeated. I'm going to merge QB's fire element with Shodame's earth element to make magma. It should work. That's extremely pig-headed, but it just may work." Naruto smiled to himself as the transformation began. A spike of red and gold aura with black ting to it circled him and cocooned him. He began to change, then exploded out of it. Hanyu mode, fire and earth fusion. Level 1. Both Dara and the Hunter Nin were caught off guard. They knew he was a Jinchuriki, but to use a conjunction of elements Hanyu form was unheard of. They gazed on his new appearance in shock. A large black angel wing fell from his left shoulder blade. Fire formed his second wing on his back. His skin had become deep red, and his hair was now navy blue. Claws dangled from the fingers of his arms. Magma spikes shot out of his arms and shoulders. A large dragon head sat on his left shoulder and a fox on his right. "What is he?" asked the Hunter Nin as Dara began to shove clay into all the mouths. The girl spread her wings high in the air and prepared to slam them downward. Naruto stood in place as a large creature made from many other beasts formed from his wing and spikes. Clay birds and bullets of ice launched from Haku and Dara's bodies as the creature roared and lunged at them. Magma monstrosity, jutsu. The attacks collided and tore the bridge apart. Naruto remained calm on the outside, but he was suffering on the inside, since having a high level of Hanyu form slowly destroys blood cells. It wasn't as fast as a level 3 or 4 transformation, but using 2 elements is dangerous. He flew forward, claws flashing. He brought them down against both of their flesh, ripping them to pieces. Dara slung his arm in a wild manner and slammed his arm into the flame spikes. The girl jumped up and circled him, then she spit out a snowy fire blast that froze the place he was only a minute ago. She looked up and saw him still in a crouching position for someone who had just jumped over her. "How did you?" He smiled at her and grabbed her throat. The black wing erupted into large spikes made of rocks and was replaced by a fire wing. "We are enemies, and I never tell my enemies anything." He slammed a fist in her stomach, sending her plummeting downward. Dara flew at him on a huge owl made of clay, but the spikes around Naruto swirled, and formed a bull man with large horns shooting from his head. It landed on the bird and pulled it down, taking Dara with it. All three Jinchuriki landed on the ground and prepared for one last attack. Roki, get ready for this. He swung his right arm in a wide circle over and over again. A miniature tornado formed around it. Electricity shot into it, and fire soon added into it. Small pebbles and debris joined in, as well as water, and soon a torrent of power flowed around his arm in a devastatingly beautiful display. Every Hanyu form has a power it can use. This is mine for this form. Now die. Naruto flew forward and slammed the fist into Dara's chest. A large shield of rock started to break around his body until his whole body shattered, showing them he was just a rock clone. Naruto whipped around and kicked the real one. He looked at the two now human Jinchurikis and transformed himself. Good job there, kid. You saved me a bunch of trouble. Every one of the Kenoha ninja stared at the group of mercenaries Gato brought with him. The leader stood smiling at the front of the group. Naruto snarled, bearing fangs of polished white bone. He turned to Zabuza and Ajo. I know you two are awake, and I know Dara and the Hunter Nin are still able to fight. If you don't want to die, you better help us. The four ninja got off of the ground and limped over to him. Naruto snatched Raijin from AIO and pulled out his Sanji gun and put it at the end where his sword wasn't. Naruto, are you sure about this? Asked Kakashi. Yeah, we can trust them. They aren't our enemies anymore. Hey brat, said Zabuza. I'm gotta ask, can we come back to Kenoha with you guys? I'm tired of running, and I don't want to put Haku through it anymore. Naruto simply smiled and nodded at him. The first guy in the mercs ran forward with a sword drawn. Sasuke rushed past Naruto and prepared to attack him, but a couple more guys came up and stabbed him. He hunched over for a moment before couching up black globs of blood. Naruto ran forward and killed the men with a quick slash from his weapon. He grabbed Sasuke's head and rested it on the ground carefully and tried to help. He pushed air into Sasuke's lungs, got rid of the blood and many other things, but nothing worked. Naruto, please do me a favor. Tell me, who really killed my family? Naruto wiped his eyes clean of tears and sniffled, but answered the question all the same. His name is Madara Uchiha. He has achieved the most powerful form of the Sharingan, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He is immortal and cannot be killed by time. The Shinigami assigned the Senju clan to kill him, and this is my mission now. But hold on, Sasuke, I'm gonna heal you. No, Naruto, it's too late for me now. Please tell Itachi, I'm sorry for the things I did to kill him. He closed his eyes one last time and turned his head, resting it. A smile lay on his face. No. A single pillar of red energy spiked high into the air. Naruto's pain scream could be heard throughout Wave Country. The air fizzled as a strange power awoke inside Naruto. Clouds spun around him as his sanity disappeared. A blast of wind blew Gato's men back. The pillars started to shrink, leaving a large hole in the bridge. Hovering over this hole was Naruto. His eyes had become hollow, silver holes. Both hands hung open at his side. A small blast of wind went by and brought with it the smells of desert sand, decaying flesh, and the feeling of scorching heat. In Naruto's mindscape, the Shodame and Nidame ran out of the house where Kyuubi waited to see what was happening. They gasped as the great Kyuubi no Kitsune was thrown to the side like a rag doll by a large cyclone as the desert part of Naruto's mind expanded. Kyuubi growled and jumped over to them, converting to her human form as she did so. Something triggered this. Naruto's wind affinity has increased to that of the Gobi, if not more. We have to restore order before he destroys everything he holds dear. Bridge. You bastards killed Sasuke. Now I'm going to kill all of you. A tornado picked up around him, taking the blood of the men he just killed with it. He let out a mourning roar as he flew at them. He landed in the center of the group and spun in a full circle. The tornado exploded out at them as he roared, "Tornado, Crescent Barrage." Half the men fell as Naruto pointed his index and middle finger together with his thumb up on both hands and pointed them to either side. Wind laser. A blast of compressed air in the shape of a 30-foot long, 1-inch thick beam cut through the men that were around him. He exploded into smoke as he dashed past the rest of them. He landed in front of Gato and spun his Sanji gun over his head. Please, I'll give you anything. Money, women, cities, you name it, he pleaded. Blood flew in the air behind Naruto as the mercs dropped dead on the ground. You know what I want. He cracked his knuckles and placed the tip of the Raijin against Gado's leg, shocking him. He screamed in pain as his nerve system was screwed over. I want Sasuke back, and you can't do that. So I'll have to be content with torturing you until I feel you have suffered as much as he and I have. He spun his weapon around and slammed it into Gado's leg, cutting halfway through it. Then he fired a wind laser through his left shoulder. Please, spar me. This is the PIN number for all the money I have and the deeds to waive. You can have them, but please leave me alone. Naruto took the piece of paper and wrapped it around a kunai that he threw at Tezuna's feet. You're going to hell no matter what, so let's get this over with. He opened his mouth and began making hand signs. Wind style, drilling air bullet. He slammed a first into his stomach, and a blast of wind took off Gado's arm and a small portion of his shore. I mean, it is the signature move of the Shikaku for a reason. August my arm. Naruto growled and backed up for a moment. I was hoping that would kill you, but I know this next move sure as hell will. He bit his thumb on his left hand and, with a flash of hand signs, punched the ground. A huge summoning seal spread around them. Summoning style. Snakes. Manda. With a huge blast of smoke, a large purple and black snake rose up with Naruto standing on his snout. Who are you, kid? Roki slid out of his sleeve and circled up around him. Oh, so you're the Naruto I was told of. Fine, then you should know I demand 100 sacrifices for being summoned. Naruto looked at him for a second before slamming the Raijin all the way in, the handle and all, Manda's snout. The snake hissed and squirmed as electricity coursed through the sensitive skin covering his back. Roki slithered down to his throat and bit him there. He wasn't strong enough to kill Manda, but he put him in pain. Roki, return to me. The snake appeared by his side in a flash as he pulled the Raijin out. You little bastard. How dare you do that to me? Naruto raised the Sanji gun again and Manda flinched. I'm going to say this once and only once. The other summoners may have accepted those terms, but I will not. I can make you eternal life, an incredibly miserable one if I choose. Now then, you see the midget down on the ground? A slight feeling of going up and down was his answer. I want you to slowly bite his remaining arm off while using your tail to break his legs, slowly and painfully. Manda's eyes gleamed and he laughed, an evil, maniacal kind of laugh. I like you, kid. I haven't been allowed to play with my food for a long time. The snake lowered his head so Naruto could get off and began the torture process. When the task was finished, Naruto had Manda inject him with a poison to numb any pain he would feel, then the snake opened the man up with his fawn. The heart was beating fast as Manda used his tongue to pull out the liver and swallow it. Then Naruto cut open the flesh, hiding the kidneys, and let Manda eat those. He made sure to heal Gado enough to keep him alive, though. Once Gado no longer had a rib cage, liver, kidneys, a small intestine, a large intestine, left lung, and had had his stomach ripped out with a set of tweezers, Naruto backed away and spun the staff around him. This is for Sasuke, you bastard. Demon Fox style. Fox Fire. Ghost Fire Cyclone. He spun the staff around at an incredible speed, generating a small cyclone. A pale blue spark exploded in the center, and soon a small swirling mass of pale blue fire was roaring over his head. Naruto stopped spinning the staff, and Tricycle kicked it into Gado's head, burning everything from the neck up off. Manda ate the flying head with a small snap and looked at Naruto in a pleading way. Finish the job, Manda. Finally, he slammed his head into the bridge and swallowed the torso of Gado right as the villagers arrived. Manda looked at them quickly and a gleam came into his eye. Manda, they're innocent. Gado was not. I just wanted him to rot in hell in eternal pain. Make it easier on the Shinigami, you know. So I can't eat them? He asked, a little whimper in his voice. And oh, he yelled at the snake. He shrunk down like he was pouting and dismissed himself. He looked over to where the astonished villagers were see Inari leading them. Where did Gado go? He asked. The snake and I tortured him, then the snake ate what was left, he said with a small smile, until he saw Sasuke. He walked over to him and kneeled by his chest. He pulled out a kunai and cut open his shirt, then his chest, right below the neckline. Everyone gasped as he poked a hole in Sasuke's lungs and turned him over, making a huge amount of blood came out. Sensei, you know any high-powered medical jutsu? Yeah, but I don't have enough chakra to use it. Then quickly show me the hand signs. Kakashi taught him a short series of hand signs that he easily memorized. This jutsu depends on how much chakra you use, so dash. Mystic Palm Jutsu. A green aura of chakra surrounded Naruto's hands as he pushed as much chakra as he could into it. The holes in the lungs sealed up, and so did the skin, muscles, and tissue. Then he did a few more hand signs. Dragon, ram, tiger, horse, monkey, dog, bird, monkey, dragon, horse, rat, bird, boar, monkey. Wind style, divine healing wind. Kakashi smiled as he captured the technique, but also at the effect. The air around Naruto started to churn. Then it flew into Sasuke's mouth in a steady stream. With a small lung, air returned to Sasuke's lungs. That's not enough, Naruto. You need electricity to get his heart moving again. He jumped back as a snake came out of Naruto's sleeve and bit slightly into Sasuke's chest, right above where the heart would be. A few sparks flew off the pearly white teeth as Sasuke shook and spluttered. He took in a few mouthfuls of air, much to everyone's surprise. Of all of them, a woman in the trees watching with her assistant was most surprised, but had a large smile on her face. The assistant stuttered slightly. What did he just do? The other woman laughed. Isn't it obvious? My grandson just brought a man back from the dead. Chapter 6, Bloody Sand of War. It was a beautiful day in Wave Country. The sun hung brightly in the air, birds chirped, animals came out of the forest to watch the finishing of the new bridge as workers pounded on metal and clones ran around helping. Zabuza, Dara, Haku, Aio, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sai all sat at a table as clones and drawings helped with the building. So, I can pretty much guarantee entry for Haku and Dara, since Kenoha is a Kekkei Genkai village, as well as Zabuza since he has information on Kirigakure, but Aio might be in trouble. But I have information on Rain, so isn't that good enough? Naruto shook his head no, making the boy frown. Why did you leave anyway? I don't know, I just felt like I'd dash. He stopped, his eyes slowly growing larger. What's wrong, Aio? I know why I left. He shifted around so he could pull out a bingo book. He flipped through the pages until he reached the correct one and placed it on the table, showing a picture of a young man with red hair with a strange creature with a black robe and tail next to him. This is Sasori of the Red Sand. He has a jutsu that makes a person working for him forget about him until he releases the seal. At that time, they go work for him by reporting to him. You just broke my seal. What were you supposed to gather? The location of the corpses of the Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage, he said. The table groaned as two small pieces came off. All eyes turned to Naruto, who was holding 2 pieces of said table in his hand. Why does he want them? He has found a way to make corpses into puppets that can use the abilities of the living version. The thing besides him is a puppet he hides inside since puppeteers aren't good close-range fighters. Naruto placed the wood near where he ripped them off, and threads of wood shot out and connected them, making them one again. Well, the bridge is almost done, said Tazuna as he walked over to them. We just need to place the last brick. He smiled at Naruto. And since you killed Gato, we want you to do it for us. He handed Naruto a simple piece of marble. Naruto held it in his hands, testing the weight. To him, it was just stone, but to these people, it was the building block of their economy. It would stop their spiral of poverty. He stood up and walked over to where a perfect slot for the stone waited. He carefully placed it in as the sun set. The village had come to help, so they were all gathered around him. They all cheered, but he had one last thing to do. He, Sasuke, and Kakashi, the last two with Sharingans activated, did a set of hand signs and shot huge blasts of fire into the air, causing a beautiful explosion to appear. Fire style, fireworks jutsu, he said, a happy tone filling his voice. He never really had figured out why the old man had taught that to him, but he realized he had expected him to save someone or something and be celebrated. That sly old bastard, he said before he was dragged off by the crowd into a field where a celebration was being held. The next morning, Naruto and his group of people reached the end of the bridge and waved goodbye. He thought it fitting they should be the first ones to use it. He smiled as his clones carried 4 large bags filled with the S-rank pay the villagers gave them in thanks for killing Gato. He was surprised Gato had had that much money and still had so much left after that. With a bit of chakra force to his ears, he picked up on something from the people. "What do we call it?" someone said. "Let's call it the Great Naruto Bridge," said Inari, and it was quickly agreed on that would be the name. "Praise the Kenoha's demon of the frozen tree," they called out. He smiled, thinking that was a good name for him. They ran at a brisk pace home to Kenoha. It had taken 2 days to get to Wave with Tizuna, but now it took about 4 hours. As they neared the village, the summons Hawk he had sent out returned to him. "Good thing you gave me a second copy of your report. The first was stolen by some villagers. I gave the real one to the Hokage and was about to leave when a villager with a falsified version came in. Also, there's an angry mob waiting for you guys." "Thanks, you can go now." The bird saluted before disappearing. They slowed to walk so Naruto could get his Sanji gun out and going. Dara could make a few sculptures, and Sai could make drawings to protect them. The ground walked towards the walls of the village, and sure enough, a huge mob armed with pitchforks, broken bottles, knives, and the like waited. Council members Akira Haruno and Koharu Udatane led the group, each holding a sword. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are charged with the murder of Sakura Haruno," yelled Akira. Zabuza pulled his sword off his back and pointed it at her. "Don't accuse this kid of anything, you banshee whore. I saw what happened. That girl jumped into a battle so she could get next to the Uchiha and got cut to ribbons by my former acquaintances." "And who are you exactly?" asked Koharu. "I am Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, and I hope to become a Kenoha ninja." Haku stepped next to him, several spheres of ice floating around her. "I am Haku Momochi, last user of the Hayutan creation Kekkei Genkai, a great friend of Naruto's, Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed dragon Oryu, and a hopeful Kenoha ninja, for the moment." Dara stepped up next to them. "I am Dara, former genin of Awagakure, last holder of the Kekkei Genkai of the 3rd Tsuchikage, a good friend of Naruto's, Jinchuriki of the Kaku, the 7-tailed badger, former Akatsuki member, and a hopeful Kenoha ninja. That is, unless you attack Naruto here." The group shrunk until Akira spoke an obvious lie. "The Sandame himself has ordered Uzumaki killed as soon as he returns." "Is that so? I don't remember issuing that order." The group parted as Sarutobi walked down the road to where Koharu and Akira waited. "I'm happy to say, since you have abused your power and falsified a report of a ninja, which you have no business in the matter of, as well as given a fake order for myself to kill a loyal ninja, you are sentenced to an open hanging Haruno, and your clan is banned from Kenoha." He turned on Koharu with a glare. "And you are no longer my advisor." He walked over to Naruto and his group. "I read your report. Quite a mission, wasn't it? Now why are you 4 here?" "We all wish to join Kenoha," spoke Ajo. "If that is okay. I can allow Zabuza, Haku, and Dara, but you're a different matter, Ayo. Why should I let you stay?" "I have information on Rain and Akatsuki, as well as something I stole from the village." He started to shuffle through his things. "I took it right after Hanzo was killed." He pulled out a small scroll and threw it to the Hokage. "The Salamander contract. I already signed it." Sarutobi looked at the scroll and threw it back. "You keep it," he said with a smile. "Now let's see here." He assumed a thinking pose and snapped his fingers a moment later. "I know Sakura was killed in combat, so Sai, Sasuke, Kakashi, Ajo will be your newest member. Naruto, Dara, and Haku will be your teammates, while Zabuza is your sensei. Is that fair?" They all nodded. "And I have one last piece of good news. Please follow me." The small group followed Sarutobi to the Hokage Tower. They climbed the stairs to his office door and opened it up, filing in one after another. On the side of the wall, a woman in ANBU clothing with a simple white mask with a rose circling it stood waiting. "Lord Hokage." She bowed to him, then turned her gaze on Sasuke. They glared back and forth until Sasuke ran over to her and gave her a hug. "Ancabrella, I missed you," he said. The woman took her mask to reveal black hair and onyx eyes. They flashed red for a moment, but then turned back to normal. "It's good to see you, Sasuke." She held him at arm's length, examining him. "You look like a fine ninja." She smiled down at her nephew. but her face turned grim as soon as her eyes fell off of him. Now about Itachi. I know the truth. I know the blonde knows the truth, and that Sarutobi knows the truth. Do you know the truth, Sasuke? He looked at her quizzically until Naruto's words on the bridge came to him. Yes, I recently learned the truth. Good, then I can skip the explanation and go straight to the training I will be giving you. She turned to Kakashi. If I remember correctly, you promised you would teach your sensei's son. He pushed his jaw up a little, wiping the astonishment mostly from his face. Gabriella, I thought you died in the massacre. He walked unsteadily towards her and grabbed her on each shoulder. She shrugged his hands off and backed away. I was on a 5-year-long mission. And don't look at me like that. I told you the engagement is off. Come on, Sasuke. I need to check on a few things. Kakashi fell to the ground on his knees, his headband and mask getting soaked from tears flowing from his eyes. He took them off and let the tears roll. When he finally stopped, Sarutobi put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Kakashi looked up at him and the smile that adorned his face. It made him feel a little better. The old man gasped and let go of Kakashi. What is something wrong? Haku handed him a small mirror. He stared at himself in astonishment. Is this some sort of trick mirror? Haku shook her head. Naruto was the first to break the 5-minute silence that followed. You just achieved the Manjikyu Sharingan. Silence filled the air as everyone looked at the eye. The color was still red, but instead of a ring with Tomo on it, 3 black marks that looked like scythe blades connected at the center spun around. Kakashi, please go home and rest before you get too tired, suggested the Sandaime. Kakashi sleepily nodded and walked out of the tower, too tired to shunshin away. The rest of the group soon left. Sai went to his own home, but Aio, Dara, Haku, and Zabuza came home with Naruto. They each placed what few belongings they had away in a room, while Naruto took the master bedroom. A week later, Naruto and Haku were walking down the street when Dara ran up to them. Hey guys, how's it going? It's okay. How's the training going day? Asked Haku. Oh, it's great. I contacted the Kaku, and he's been teaching me some really cool earth jutsu. What about you? I was given a big stack of medical jutsu from the Sandaime. He is really nice to me. He's also a pervert, said Naruto. You put 2 and 2 together. Haku hit him on the back of the head. He glared at her for a moment until he realized she was blushing and started laugh. She growled at him. Naruto, ever had a sunbon in your dick? He gulped as she pulled out 6 very sharp, very shiny-looking sunbon needles. He apologized, and they continued to walk. As they passed an alleyway, Naruto saw a kid in a cat outfit and a bundle he assumed held a puppet since the guy had a sand headband holding Kenoha, the kid he had met on his last birthday, thanks to the Sandaime, with a fist curled back. This'll teach you to bump into me. Before he could do anything, a clicking noise caught his ear and his puppet, Crow, wrapped its arms around him. What the hell is this? He struggled, only for the grip to get harder. This is a slight punishment for nearly punching the grandson of the Sandaime in the middle of the village, surrounded by ANBU, when you're supposed to be allies with us. He managed to turn his head to see a blonde kid with a long black cloak with silver clouds sealing his cloak into a scroll. His outfit consisted of a light navy blue trench coat, like Dante's from Devil May Cry 3, with 2 swords, one on either side, strapped to the inside of the material. On his left hand was a white bracelet made of 3 pieces held together by small links with 2 charms hanging from it, and a black armband in the shape of a snake on his right arm. He also had a red shirt on with black AMBU pants and steel-toed boots. Who the hell are you? Take a look. He turned around to show embroidered golden words on his trench coat, spelling out Kenoha's demon of the frozen tree in bold letters. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, heir of the clans Namikaze, the clan of the 4th Hokage, Uzumaki, the greatest swordsman clan in history, and Senju, the clans of the 1st and 2nd Hokages. The kid gulped, hoping his female team, Mei, could save him. She reached for her giant fan, but a girl with 100 needles made of ice and a blonde boy with hands in his mouth topped her. Not a smart move, said the girl. The boy sent one of the clay birds flying around him into the air, and the girl hit it with a needle. Katsu. The bird exploded, leaving only smoke. Kankuro, Tamari, you are both a disgrace to our village. All eyes turned to a boy with red hair and the kanji for love scratched into his left temple that carried a gourd on his back. He He was hanging upside down on a tree branch. Naruto snapped, and a hand of wood reached out and grabbed the kid. A wall of sand had tried to stop it, but the wood simple turned to small pieces and rejoined on the other side. "Who are you?" asked Haku. The kid's answer was to uncork his gourd completely and destroy the branch. He sand Shunshin down to the ground in front of them. "I am Gaara of the desert." "That's not what she meant," said Naruto, as his eyes flashed red, Haku's pale blue, and Daidora's deep blue. "We want to know your other name." "I see," he said, looking them over. "Sukaku no Ichibi. And you three are?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki, Kyubi no Kitsune." "I am Haku Momochi, Hyoryu no Shichibi." "I am Dara, Kaku no Shichibi." Temari and Kankuro were in shock, for Jinchurikis surrounded them. If these three were like Gaara, they were screwed. "You're an insomniac," said Naruto out of the blue. "Yes, I don't sleep or the Shikaku devours my soul," he calmly answered. "Would you like to be able to sleep soundly and in peace of mind?" This was an entirely new voice. It wasn't one of the spirits or the genin, but a man with long white hair and a horned headband with the kanji for oil on it. The Sandaime stood next to him. "We can fix that seal of yours no problem." "I would very much like that," he said, to grab his head in pain, screaming. "No, leave me alone, mother." The man with the white hair jumped at the kid and slammed a hand of purple fire into his seal. The sand floating around the kid dropped to the ground, no longer moving. Forbidden 5 elements seal. Gaara crumbled to the ground as a new seal appeared over his old one. His brother and sister grabbed him and disappeared in a swirl of sand. "Naruto, Haku, Dara," Sarutobi said. "This is Jeriah of the Sannin, resident seals master of Kenoha, holder of the Toad contract and sensei to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Jeriah, this group of individual is our most promising batch of genin. There's Haku, last user of the Hyutan creation Kekkei Genkai and Jinchuriki of Hyoryu no Shichibi." He pointed to Haku, and Jeriah stared at her until she threw a sun bond between his legs. "The blonde with the long hair is Dara, last user of the Kekkei Genkai of the Sandaime Tsuchikage and Jinchuriki of Kaku no Shichibi." He pointed at Dara. He then moved his hand to Naruto, but the blonde beat him to it. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, last of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan, and my only living relative I know of is Tsunade. I have the Shodame's ability with Wood Jutsu, the Nidame's abilities with Water and Ice Jutsu. I've mastered both my father's signature moves. I mastered Shadow Clone Jutsu in 3 to 3.5 hours. I'm a summoner of hawks and snakes, a level 3 swords master, and Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune. And according to a letter in my father's inheritance, you are my godfather." Jeriah walked around him in a full circle and crossed his arms when he was next to Sarutobi. "I know about your parents and me being your godfather, but you abilities are sketchy. Prove it to me." Naruto shrugged and made a cross with his fingers. "Shadow, Clone Jutsu." 20 clones surrounded him as he pulled out his swords. He used the dance of the cherry blossom to destroy half. Then he made some quick hand signs for the first water jutsu he had ever learned as one of his clones launched itself into the air. Water Dragon Jutsu. The blue dragon rammed into the clone and destroyed it. The clones crossed their arms as Naruto punched the ground, and 6 pillars launched them into the air. He threw one of his pronged kunai in front of each one and held his cupped hands on either side of him. "I'm impressed, kid, but dash. Hold on, Jeriah. Ice style, Rasengan with style, Rasengan." In his left hand, a small sphere of white chakra spun wildly in his hands. It started to increase in size as Naruto added more chakra. In the right hand, a ball about 8 inches tall spun even faster. The swirls looked like individual twigs with sharp thorns on them. Naruto smiled and disappeared. He landed on one of the pillars with his Rasengans slowly fading from view and puffs of white smoke on the other pillar, while yellow after images faded away. "And you said you can summon?" "Double summon style, snakes and hawks." Fui Sasuke and a medium-sized green rattletail snake appeared. "Hey guys, I just needed to prove something." "It's K Naruto," said the rattler. "Tell your dads I said hello." They disappeared in a blast of smoke. He turned to Jeriah and threw him his cloak. He caught it and it began to glow. He examined the seals with a well-trained eye as Naruto continued. I have a mid-level understanding if seals as well. QB had to help me finish the real advanced projects I have finished, but I'm starting to move into advanced seals. Jeriah handed the coat back to Naruto. How did you get the seals into the fabric? Did you stitch them in? No. I found a piece of metal, placed some seals on one side that made it all but indestructible, and put flexibility seals into it. Then I used an advanced seal QB showed me to merge the metal with the durability seals to the jacket. Then I placed those seals, which allow me to actually fly, as well as some new adjustments I made on the other side. I merged the other piece of fabric to this side, and then I sewed the two pieces together along the edge. I also placed these loops so I could hold my swords. Really? I would have used a union seal, which is like high-powered glue. Could you show me that seal later? Well, it's like a union seal, except you wrap an increased power seal around and through it, then add a store of chakra. I also managed to alter it so you could store large amounts of chakra that will repair any damage on the cloth. I'm working on a new design for some powerful seals dash. Naruto, Jeriah. As interesting as this is, we have a meeting to go to. You three genins are the only ones allowed in the mission. All ears were tuned into Sarutobi at that. He jumped onto a rooftop and dashed to the Hokage Tower. The other four ninja followed him there at full speed. They arrived in less than 30 seconds and entered the conference room 1 minute later. A large group of Jounin and Chunin stood waiting. A man with spiky brown hair in the same fashion as Gaara and in navy blue Kage robes stood with the three ninja from Sand. Ah, Sir Toby, it's about time you got here. I'm sorry, but I had to collect my village's Jinchuriki. I believe they have already met your children, Lord Kazekage. Is this true, children? Yes, father, said Temari and Kankuro. And what happened? I scared them off, said Kankuro. He screamed as Naruto had the crow grab him again, and a cocoon, or more so a coffin, of ice formed around him and lifted into the air. Naruto's open palm controlled it, and he was tempted to close his fist and kill Kankuro, but decided against it. Now, for the reason we are here, said Sarutobi while Haku overrid freed Kankuro. Jeriah has obtained knowledge that Cloud, Rock, and possibly Steel will be attacking us on the final day of the Chunin exams. Cloud has a Jinchuriki for the two-tailed cat being entered in the exam, as well as a second of the eight-tailed Ushioni that will be guarding the Raikage. What they don't expect is that we have the Jinchurikis of the Kyuubi, Kaku, Shikaku, and Hyoryu, a Sannin, a giant army of summons, and of course Naruto's newly acquired sword, the Bloody Blade. We also have a possible ally in Hidden Sound, but we can't be sure. So why are we here? Asked Kakashi. Simple, we're making attack plans. They plan to use the Ushioni to destroy the northern wall, but Dara here has mastered a jutsu that will allow him to make an exact copy, powers, personality, everything of the Kaku. That will hold off the eight tails while Naruto suppresses the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Then he will move on to the eight-tailed. Most likely, the Raikage and Tsuchikage will trap me in some sort of shield and try to kill me, but Jeriah will be with me, and possibly Orochimaru. At this point, Haku, Naruto, Gaara, and Dara will be in Hanyu mode and have defeated and suppressed the remaining container. They will run through the battlefield and kill the enemies. Naruto, you will break from this group and come help myself and Jeriah. The Kazekage broke in at that moment. Once the eight tails is gone, we will send in our puppeteers and blade masters. They will take out the stragglers. Temari will lead a battalion into the less crowded areas, and they will use wind attacks to kill the enemies. At the same time, Kankuro will be working with our greatest puppet master, Chizo, and Baki to protect your civilians. Your backup forces will be hiding in the shelter, and when all the civilians are here, they will be released and attack, finishing the battle. What do we do ID the demons lose control? Shink. Naruto wiped the blood off his sword as the head of the Chunin rolled down the floor. He did make a good point, though. Yamato will be around to suppress us if that happens, said Naruto as he slipped the weapon back in. Well then, Naruto, Haku, Tori, Gura, Kankuro, please, if you would, leave us to talk other matters. The group of Genin walked out of the classroom and down the hallway. 6 Jinchuriki in one place. What show that'll be, said Dara with his hands behind his head. Are you feeling okay, Gaara? asked Naruto. Tired, but the Shikaku's voice has finally left me alone. I think I'll go take a nap now. He fell down on the floor and started to snore. A pillow made of sand held his head up while a sand blanket covered him up. A teddy bear came out of the gourd with a pop, and Gaara started to snuggle with it. Kankuro and Temari jumped away to hide, while Team Demon, as they had started to call themselves, sweat dropped at their fellow Jinchuriki's behavior. His siblings came back out slowly and eventually realized there was no danger. Don't worry, he just has to catch up on a few years of sleep. Wake him up in a couple of hours, and we'll hopefully have the preparations to completely fix his seal ready. They very slowly nodded to him. He smiled at them and began to walk away again, his teammates following him a few steps back. As they descended the stairs, a tan blur grabbed Naruto and his team and spirited them away to Training Ground 27. Hey Brad, heard you went on an A rank, and that you fought 2 other Jinchuriki. Naruto looked up at their kidnapper and wrapped his arms around them in a hug. Yeah, and I brought the ninja hired to kill the client back. There was that kid Aio who stole the Raijin, Zabuza Momochi, Demon of the Hidden Mist, Dara here, the container of the Kaku, and Haku, the container of the He snickered. I also stuck the Raijin in Amanda's nose. In no way, screamed Anko. Naruto nodded and explained how he had, then, used the giant snake to torture Gato. Then I gave the money to the village, and they gave each of us S-rank pay, which left over 700 billion for them. Anko ruffled his hair and laughed. Then you can pay for my dangos and sake. Hell no, I don't want to spend all my money. She started to pout, which only made him laugh. But before we left Wave, I was given this. He pulled out a heavy-duty storage scroll and partially rolled it out. Tazuna had 3 of these things made for me, and I sealed them into storage seals I had placed on my belt. He sent a small pulse of chakra out of his palms, and a medium-sized bottle with the words Snow Country's finest sake sprouting out of the glass landed on the seal. Snow Country sake? Now that is good stuff. They actually put a seal on the bottle that keeps it cold. He handed her the bottle and made a second one appear. I have sake from all over in these scrolls. And I also copied that seal and made these for you, Hate and Yamato. He pulled out 3 boxes of wood, 1 silver, 1 purple, and 1 green. He placed the silver and green one away and handed her the purple box. She opened it with a gasp. In the box was 25 beautiful knives made specifically for throwing with beautifully carved handles and an 11-inch blade. A seal was half exposed from the handle, and when she tapped it against the tree near here, a small layer of frost spread out over it. This is a beautiful knife, but what is it for? Throwing, of course. Most ninja use kunai knives, but they aren't meant to be thrown, so I made these, but at the same time they can be used for close-range combat. If they hit the enemy, their blood freezes in their veins, and you can leave to die, since the blood can't carry oxygen through their body. Even if you graze them, they lose mobility of wherever was hit until it thaws. She placed the knife she had pulled out into the box again and closed it. Thank for the gift, twerp. No problem, Snakey. I told you never to call me that, you blonde dobe. And I said don't call me dobe Snakey. Dobe. Snakey. Dobe. Snakey. Dobe. Snakey. A burger cooking SEA sponge who wears square pants living in a giant pineapple at the bottom of the ocean and lives next to a squid who plays the clarinet and is best friends with a retarded starfish who lives under a rock, yelled Dara. The training ground grew quiet as Anko and Naruto stared at him while Haku held her hand on her face. Well, you guys never heard of SpongeBob SquarePants? They shook their heads and he shrugged. So Naruto, having any trouble with the snake jutsus? Well, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands was easy enough in mass, but hard in small amounts. But I can't get any others. I'm trying to do the underworld of vipers and vipers of the underworld, but I just can't get it. What's the difference between the 2 jutsu? Interjected Haku. Being the most knowledgeable one on snake jutsu in the village, it was Anko who answered. Well, Underworld of Vipers summons a huge amount of snakes that trap the enemy in a hole. Then they burst into flames and merge into one huge flaming viper that splits into one of equal proportion and attacks the target. Vipers of the Underworld uses the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands to make 4 snakes come up from the ground, wrap around the opponent, bite them, but not inject poison, but flames that burn through the vein. Then they are released from the person who summoned them, wrap around the target, and explode. And I want to learn it so bad, said Naruto, jumping up and down. I can get to the part where I wrap around them, but I can't get the flames to work. How is that? Well, it's a combination of wind, fire, and water chakra. You have to wrap the flames in a cocoon of air and use the water to get inside the bloodstream. The fire is released and absorbs the wind, becoming either blue or white hot and burns through them. Puzzled, Naruto made 2 clones to help. One ran out to the field and waited. Could you demonstrate? Oh yeah, why not? Vipers of the underworld jutsu. 4 snakes ran out of her sleeve and into the ground. The spaces between their scales were glowing blue. A few seconds later, the vipers ensnarled the clone and bit into it. The color drained into their mouths and into the body of the clone, where it outlined the veins. The veins turned white and exploded, along with the snake's anko released. Let me try now. The other clone ran out to the field, and Naruto summoned up the vipers. The scales seemed to pulse as the color left them. As the veins in the clone started to get outlined, something went terribly wrong. The eyes began to expand slightly, hands puffed up, the white ooze of melted bone pouring from them. The legs started to slowly turn to ash as he screamed in pain. Naruto released the snakes and let them get to the clone, then clapped his hands. A loud explosion shook the area as green flames expanded out towards them. Anko flipped through hand signs as fast as possible. With one last snake hand sign, she swung her leg around and into the ground. A large curved shield of emerald scales formed in front of them as she named the jutsu. Emerald Scale Shield Jutsu. The flames flew around them until they slowly stopped. They opened the shield slightly and checked. White smoke floated into the air as ANBU unit after ANBU unit appeared. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as the shield disintegrated, and Anko gave him the, as Yamato and Hate called it, evil monkey finger. Too much wind chakra inside the snakes, I guess. You think you blonde dope? Don't start that again, Snakey. Chapter 7. Cheating for the Forest. Still need profiles for OC for the Rock Ninja. The team walked into the training ground. Zabuza was sitting with Naruto's former senseis. Hey brats, come over here, yelled Anko, being the first to notice them. The 4 Jounin stood up and smiled evilly at each other. Good news, kiddies. We signed you up for the Chunin exams. Zabuza handed all of them a piece of paper for them to sign, which they did quickly. Meet in room 301 by noon tomorrow at the academy. Is that it? Asked Haku. Hate laughed as Zabuza shook his head. We have no doubt you 3 will become Chunin and possibly special Jounin. So, we will begin doing something very special, said Anko evilly. Quit scaring them, Anko. Anko pouted at Hate. What we need you to do is create your own move. First decide what kind of move you want it to be. We'll walk you through it from there. The field descended into silence as the 3 contemplated their new jutsu. Let's see, I am mostly a mid-range specialist with close-range capabilities. I think I'll make a wind jutsu and a water jutsu. The wind jutsu can be a close range, while the water jutsu is the mid-range move, but what would they do? I got it. Naruto smiled as his ideas came together. Naruto is our close ranger specialist with his shadow clones. Dara has long range, and I am a mid-range specialist, but Naruto has that down as well. I know I have an affinity to water, so I think the jutsu I was asking Father about before we attacked could work. Haku put the final spin on her jutsu as Dara paced back and forth. I'm a long-range specialist, but I'll need some close-range abilities as well. If my clay is used up and I'm not able to get some earth to move, I could use a water or wind jutsu. But if I'm trapped under water, that could be a problem. However, a lightning jutsu would work well too. Fire could be of use, but a water or earth user could easily defeat it. I guess I'll go with my favorite choice. Dara worked out what kind of jutsu he wanted, and when all 3 had finished, they explained their diagrams to their teachers. 8. You work with Naruto, while Anko works with Haku, and Yamato, you take Dara. And you, Father? I'll work with all of you at different times. Zabuza said while pulling out an orange book. Anko blew it up in a second as Naruto slapped his face. She hates it when guys read Aika Paradise in front of her, but she reads porn all the time. Anko bonked Naruto on his head and started to pout. I do not Uzumaki. Enko, there's an entire room in your apartment filled with nothing but bookshelves stocked with those porn books you read. Hey, don't disrespect the Boys Are Toys series Blondie. She poked him in the chest while Zabuza tried not to heave. Haku squealed like a little girl and ran up to Enko. I love that series. The position the hero in Book 8 was put into by the evil Toad Man is genius. And she escapes by punching him in the face and out the castle walls. And he lands in a hole filled with gay snakes. And the way she did it with the man with the huge sword. Haku blinked at her, stared at Zabuza, then turned back. Who was the author of that series again? Some woman named Rin, an ex-Kenoha medic ninja under Naruto's father. Zabuza burst out laughing while Haku started to claw her eyes out. What's wrong with you two? I can't believe this. That is so gross. Haku kept yelling. What? Yelled Anko as loud as she could. It was Zabuza who answered that one. When we were missing Nin, we met Rin, and she turned Haku onto her books. I forbid Haku from reading the volume that came out after that, because she put a very detailed retelling of what happened that night. You mean that was you that shoved the sword handle into her dash? Zabuza put his hand over Anko's mouth and rubbed his head sheepishly with the other hand. Let's start, shall we? Next day, Naruto kept his hands in his pockets as he and his team mates walked into the academy. As they reached the top of the first flight of stairs, two genin were blocking the door to a room with the sign saying 301 on it. The problem was the door next to it said 203. They walked past the large group and met up with Sasuke and his team. Sai was decked out in multiple scrolls and brushes, while Aio had large umbrellas strapped to his back and a sword at his side. Ready to lose? Uchiha. We'll see, Uzumaki. We'll see. They all walked into the large stone room where a kid in green spandex jumpsuit with a bowl-cut hairstyle, really bushy eyebrows and bandages wrapped around his arms. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. I challenge both of you to a fight. No, they said together. Why is it you refuse my challenge? Well, for one, we don't know who you are, said Aio out of the blue. The kid looked at him strangely, then bowed to them. My apologies, I am Rock Lee. If I am not mistaken, Sakura Haruno was supposed to be on your team, Sasuke Uchiha. She was, but when we went out on our first C-rank mission, she wasn't ready and was forced to stay, but she followed us anyways, and she died in an attack. Oh, I am sorry. Don't be. No one ever liked her really, said Naruto. Now, move aside already. Before Lee knew what happened, he was sent flying backwards into a wall, and a dome of ice formed in front of him. He easily broke the ice, but the group was gone by then. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto and his friend approached the door. Time for a spectacular entrance. Naruto slid into a stance and started to glow in ice white as his Korahabushi activated. He slammed a palm, thrust into the door, and it flew off his hinges and into the room, spinning like a buzz saw. As it flew towards the group of ninja, a yellow flash appeared on it, and it dissolved into frost particles as Naruto landed and spun the kunai on his hand. All right, you bastards and bitches. The name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I plan on winning this thing, so watch your step around me. You're all talk and no action, yelled someone from the back of the room. A large vine snatched him up and turned him into a popsicle. Naruto walked over to him and placed his hand by the ice statue as a red aura surrounded it, melting the ice. With a flash of light, the ice exploded as Naruto slipped his swords back into his jacket. The group marveled at him as he joined Haku. Sasuke and Dara were shaking their heads. Haku was laughing. Sai had a creepy smile on his face, and Aio was picking his nose. Aio, you freaking suck. You guy made it? So troublesome. Shikamaru Nara and his teammates, Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi, entered the room. Ino jumped for Sasuke, but he stuck his hand out and she fell flat on the floor. Hey, where's Forehead Girl? In one word, dead, answered Aio, flicking a booger in her directions. She died? Yeah, because she acted like a fangirl and followed Sasuke on a mission. All eyes turned to Naruto, who was making different shapes with a piece of what he brought with him. Looks like the gang's all here. The eyes of the rookies returned to the doorway as Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame entered the room. Who are the new kids, Uchiha? Ask Naruto. He's the one that turned them back over for missing Nin. You really expect me to believe that? It's true dog breath. Haku barked at him. Dara, the blonde here, Io, the green-haired one, and my father Zabuza Momochi were missing Nin until Naruto asked us to return to Kenoha. Kiba's gaze, as well as the other genins, was on Naruto as he made the stick into a rectangle and froze it, then tossed it into the air and cut it up with a kunai. What? I got bored with it, he said. Where did you get those abilities? Kekkei Genkai Dobe. Apparently, Tsunade was my grandmother, and the fourth was my father. He shrugged off their glances and pulled out his Sanji gun and started to polish it. You know you should be quiet over here. Naruto noticed the person first. He wore purple clothes, had silver hair, and silver wire-rimmed glasses. I'm Kabuto, a veteran of the exams. Naruto rolled his eyes and ignored the kid. He replaced the weapon and listened in on the conversation. These are my ninja info cards. They respond to my chakra only. Anyone you want to know about? Yeah, Gaara of the Desert, said Naruto. Look up Naruto Uzumaki, Haku Momochi, and Dara, added Kiba. Ah, you know their names. That's no fun, he said jokingly. He pulled 4 cards out of his deck and placed the first one on the ground. It spun as he placed his fingers on it and pumped chakra inside it. Let's see here, Gaara of the Desert. 34 D ranks, 16 C ranks, and wow, 1 A rank. The most interesting thing about him is that he has gone through these without getting a scratch and is the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku no Ichibi. I already knew about the Jinchuriki thing, said Naruto offhandedly. You did? How? Check my card if your information is accurate, but don't read it aloud. Kabuto returned Gaara's card to the deck and drew out a second card. HS Chakra flashed as he read it. Oh, I see now. May I see my card, please? Kabuto handed Naruto the card. He scanned it quickly. All it said was his mission reports, his teammates, his skills, and that he was a Jinchuriki, who his parents were, who his grandparents were. Hold on one damn second. He returned to his grandparents and widened his eyes slightly. Next to a picture of Tsunade was a picture of a pale-skinned man with golden eyes. Under the picture was the words Orochimaru of the Sannin, current leader of the Hidden Sound Village, holder of the Snake Contract, and wielder of the Kusanagi Blade. He handed Kabuto his card back with a shaky hand. Is something wrong? Asked Kabuto. I just didn't know who my grandfather was, but you did. Kabuto looked at the card in shock, then back at Naruto. He took the card and tore it in half, then burned it. He sends his regards, Naruto. He got up and left, leaving all of them in confusion. Hey, I never got to see what made Naruto so special, hollered Kiba. Naruto held him against the wall, a white blue creeping through his eyes. What makes me special is that my full name is Naruto Miso Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Bloody Blade of Kenoha. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and a level 3 Blade Master. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, and I'm working on my own jutsu, and I have the Raijinkin and a sword 4 times strong. I can summon snakes and hawks, and I'm the teammate of Dara, the Jinchuriki of the Kaku no Shichibi, and last user of the Kekkei Genkai of the 3rd Tsuchikage, and Haku, the Jinchuriki of the Haru no Shichibi, and last user of the Hayutan creation Kekkei Genkai. He threw Kiba onto the floor and pulled his fist back, but a hand laid itself softly on his shoulder. Naruto, please calm down. He's not worth it. His bloodshot gaze landed on Haku, and he calmed down. She gave him a hug to help calm him, and he uncertainly returned it. He didn't notice a tear falling from Hinata's eye. They had to move as a third of the contestants left the room for fear of going against Naruto. Naruto spied Kabuto talking to a female grass ninja, which made Roki tell him something shockingly happy that tried to approach him, but a blast of smoke covered the room as Ibiki Marino, the man who had taught him interrogation, and several chunin appeared in the room. All right, you maggots, listen up. He looked round in confusion and started to count people up. Then he sighed and turned to Naruto. What did you say? I told them my full name, my parentage, who my first tenant is, my Blade Master level, what the most powerful techniques I know are, what weapons I have, what I summon, and my teammate skills. Well, you sure as hell made my job easier. And I don't have to put up with Anko's shit in a little while either. Naruto perked up at Anko's name, but he noticed the grass Nin got a smile like the one Anko got when she told him about her teacher Orochimaru, like a person filled to the brim with happiness. It made him rather suspicious. "Ibiki, we need to start now," whispered one of the Chunin. "Right. All of you take a slip of paper and go to that seat." He produced a hat filled with paper strips and allowed them to choose. Naruto ended up in the third row next to the Grassneen. He stole a blank piece of paper from the front of the room without Ibiki noticing on his way to his set. He spun a pencil in his hand and quickly wrote on the blank sheet, "You take the snake in the grass reference to far, you know that?" and pushed it over to her. She looked at him in confusion until Roki crawled down his arm so the girl could see him. She scribbled something and passed it back. "You saw through it, did you? I didn't think anyone would have." He turned to her as a pale white-skinned snake slithered from her sleeve. He wrote his reply quickly. "My snake told me who you are. Apparently, they can sense those who have signed a contract. Why are you here, grandfather?" "I came to complete a job. Have you awakened the first and second?" "Yes, when I was tricked into stealing the Forbidden Scroll by a Chunin Academy instructor who told me about the QB. He was placed in the jail after that." "Was his name Mizuki?" Naruto didn't waste the paper and just nodded. "He is a subject of mine. I didn't think he would attack you, though." "You mean you knew and didn't tell me you were my grandfather? Do you know how many times I was beaten growing up?" They abandoned the exchange as the test began. Naruto took one look at the questions and realized these questions couldn't be answered by an average genin. He placed his hands under the desk and made a small set of hand signs. He brought them back up and covered his left eye. A small eye of ice, so clear it couldn't be seen, appeared on top of the head of the genin in front of him. "I style, Eye of the Ice Beast." He copied the answers, turned the paper over, and started to polish his swords. The paper was soon returned to him. "I'm sorry I was never there for you, but even I didn't know about it. Kabuto stole those cards from the Kage Tower and didn't know that that particular information was on there." Naruto began to return it until he felt someone try to enter his consciousness. So he contacted QB. "Get rid of them." Yeah. Roar. Behind him, Ino screamed and fell backwards. He smiled as one of the prompters around the room marked her sheet. "It's okay, grandfather. I can understand that. I really do wish you had been there for me growing up. It would have made being a Jinchuriki a hell of a lot easier." "Naruto, you aren't old enough to be cursing. Old enough to kill, old enough to curse. I'm guessing you spent a lot of time with Anko." Naruto's reply was a hushed laugh that only Orochimaru could catch. Before the conversation could go any further, Ibiki spoke up. "All right, you twerps and twerpits, time for the 10th question. But first, I need to explain things to you. You can choose if you want to take the question. If you choose not to, you'll be kicked out of this exam." "Then why wouldn't we take it?" someone yelled out. "I'm not done yet. If you choose to take the question and you get it wrong, you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again." Almost instantaneously, hands started to fly up. Team after team was eliminated until only about 22 teams were left. "Doesn't look like these ones will quit. All right, you maggots, you all." He prepared to yell pass, but never got the chance. "Wait one goddamn second, Scartop. I said never call me that. You really expect us to believe some Jounin from the Hidden Leaf has control over all the Kages and village leaders? Or is this just another of your mind games?" Ibiki smiled. "You got it, kid. You want to explain, or should I?" "I think I got it." He stood up from his chair and increased his voice so all could hear. "The purpose of the final question was to test us. As Chunin, we would have to make decisions that will end badly 2 out of 3 times. We had to be able to take risks, or we wouldn't be equipped to be Chunin. Am I right, Scratch Dome? Would you quit with the nicknames? But yes, you are right. You must be willing to put yourself on the line for the mission. This is what I have received for my own loyalty." He untied his bandana-style headband to show burn marks, scars, and small holes. Even Naruto, who had never seen these, fought the urge to heave. "Now, the second prompter should be here in 3, 2, 1, bang." He took a step back as a black ball flew through the window. 2 arms flew out and tossed Kenai into 2 corners, sticking the cloth to the ceiling. Then they did the same with the bottom. A person tumbled out, and Anko smiled at the ground as she landed. "I am Mitarashi Anko, second proctor of the Chunin exams." Naruto smacked his face at his sensei's antics. He shook his head as the banner fell on her. The small wooden hands that had dislodged the kunai returning to the ceiling. A ninja near the back of the room with a picture of a mountain on his headband raised an eyebrow. Looks like Hashimaru wasn't the last with his ability. I will have to watch for this one. He felt a second presence and knew his apprentice was about to speak to him. Master, is he the one Itachi is assigned to capture for the Akatsuki? I think so, but I haven't seen any abilities with fire, so we cannot be certain. Shall we ascertain him? No, just warn your teammate to be on her guard. The way that Grass Nin is acting, something is going on. As you say, Master. Naruto, you bastard, yelled Anko as the cloth was hurled at him. He snapped, and it exploded into flames and sparks. Is that good enough for proof, Master? Yes, I believe you are right, my student. Anko, you came early again. No, you just said you watched wrong, she argued. Naruto sighed at his sensei's antics and dodged a kunai. Meet me at Training Ground 44, as the more experienced ninja call it. She, Naruto, and Ibiki all finished the line at the same time. The Forest of Death. Chapter 8. Dog's Bite, First Kiss, and the Pain of Paper Snakes. The Forest of Death, they said in unison. Half of the people in the room gulped. 66 people? You've lost your touch, Ibiki. Or maybe this group is just very talented. Well, Naruto is in this one. They chuckled at the joke. They grew serious in an instant and returned attention to the genin. Naruto, lead the group to Training Ground 44. I'll be there waiting. Anko disappeared in a puff of smoke, followed by Ibiki and the Chunin proctors. Naruto faced the other people in the classroom and cleared his throat. All right, follow me and we should be there soon. Screw you, asswipe, yelled a rain ninja. Aio, Haku, Dara, Sasuke, and Sai all held their weapons at a vital a second later. Except it wasn't the Rain Nin's vitals, but Naruto's. He had his Sanji gun out, the Raijin blazing on one end and his own sword on the other. A tri-pronged kunai was jammed in the desk in front of the kid as Naruto tried to push away. A Rasengan swirled in his hand, a mix of wood and ice elements itching to be rammed through the kid's head. Naruto, if you kill him, we get in trouble. Just do it in the forest. You know Anko's gonna allow killing, said Haku, a sun bond held at his jugular vein. He grunted and the Rasengan disappeared. He shrank the Sanji gun and pulled the kunai back with a chakra string. Watch your step, Rain Ninja, or I'll use your blood to water the forest trees and feed your flesh to my snake. As a threatening gesture, Roki fell onto the floor and launched at the kid, but Sasuke grabbed his tail and hung him upside down. Roki looked him in the eyes for a moment, then he spoke. I wasn't going to use poison. Bonk. After using some healing chakra to make the bump on Roki's head disappear, Naruto jumped out the window. The rest of the group followed him after the mountain, sand, and grass team left. They jumped over rooftops and through trees until they arrived at a large fenced-in forest. All right, little kiddies, sign these waivers so that when you die, said Anko, casting a look at the Rain Ninja from the test room, while giving people waivers. I mean, if you die, Kenoha isn't responsible. She's a crowd pleaser, isn't she? Said a smiling Naruto. He moved his hand to the nick on his cheek from where a kunai had cut him as Anko appeared behind him. It looked like I pleased you with the picture I gave you, Naruto. If you want, I could give you a sample. She licked the blood from his cheek and started to move down his neck, but a kunai suddenly hung in front of her face by a pink tongue. She stiffened, then took it from the female Grass Nin, somewhat unsure of herself. I believe this is yours, she said. Yes, thank you. Anko placed the kunai in her pouch, then whispered something in the ninja's ear. She smiled and nodded. Okay, here's the deal, she yelled. By the fence is a tent where you will turn your waivers for either a heaven scroll. She held up a white scroll with the kanji for heaven on it, or an earth scroll. Then she held up a brown scroll with the kanji for earth on it. If you open the scroll in the middle of the test, though, you will be eliminated and ascertained. Your objective is to arrive at the tower in the center of the forest with both these scrolls. The group signed the waivers and lined up. Naruto got a heaven scroll from the prompter and went back over to his team. I got an idea for this, guys, he told his teammates. He made 20 clones and had them do the transformation jutsu. One clone just stayed looking like Naruto, while 2 of them turned into Haku and Dara, and the other 17 became mock scrolls. Each person took 6 scrolls, but it was Naruto who got the real one. He put a Jinjutsu on the scroll that even the Sharingan couldn't see through with the fundamental level and hid them on his person. They walked to the gate where they were assigned and waited. Chun in attendance opened the gates. Oh, and one more thing. Anko's voice blared from the speakers by the gate. Just don't die. The gate swung open and the group dashed in. They ran for about 10 minutes, then Naruto stopped them. He went through some complex hand signs and ended on snake. He blindfolded himself as 2 eyes made of ice formed from the air, followed by 98 more. They flew through the forest, searching for something. Naruto took his blindfold off 5 minutes later and pointed northeast. They dashed off in that direction, and after 1.5 hours of running, they met up with Sasuke and his team. Naruto, thank God you're here. We're being attacked by the mountain genin. A huge spike of stone shot up and nearly impaled Sasuke. Naruto pulled him back just in time as the 3 mountain genin came out. The obvious leader of the group was about Kakashi's height, had long black hair, and wore a mask that made an orange swirl. Only one onyx I was shown through. The other member was the same height and had spiky orange hair with a red tint, wore a red shirt and black cargo pants. The female member was smaller than the other 2, had short blue hair with a white rose in it, and wore a battle kimono. You! Naruto grabbed his mouth. It had yelled out the word, but not in his voice. He felt his Hanyu form suddenly activate and was pushed into his mind. The Shodaime took control as Naruto tried to gain control again. What the hell is going on? That man in the mask is our objective, Naruto, answered the Nidaime. My brother has a very large amount of pent-up anger he needs to get rid of, and Madara is the perfect way to do this. Naruto watched as his body shifted. Roki dashed away through the forest as fast as he could, off towards the only person who could help if this went bad. Madara, prepare to die, yelled the Shodai. The one with the orange hair looked at the one in the mask. Master, is that the spirit of the Shodai? It is his voice pain, so I presume so, he said. The 3 people snapped in unison, and their clothes warped and became black cloaks with red clouds. The female did a few hand signs, and lines began to run up her face. Wings of what seemed to be paper attached to her back, as well as claws on her hands. A large axe was attached to her left arm. Pain phased slightly as 5 bodies formed around him, all with piercings around their noses, eyes, ears, and under the mouth, and all with Pain's dojutsu. They prepared to strike, but Madara held his hand up. Wait one moment. I want to test him. I'm going to finish what I started all those years ago, yelled the Shodaime as the transformation ended. His skin was hardened wood with vines running the length of his arms to his waist and wrapping around him. More vines fell from his back, and a Venus flytrap encased his head. The vines on his back launched into the ground as he roared in anger. Hanyu mode, Earth style, level 2. The branches around them began to shift as the trunks vibrated, and the color brown ran up the vines on his back. Pain, Conan, take care of the other ones. I don't want them leaving. He turned his eye on Dara, especially him. I'm going to kill you as fast as possible, Madara, and rest in peace. Double summoning jutsu. Manda and his Shuriai. 2 huge blasts of smoke brought Naruto up into the air. The giant purple and black snake and the giant hawk both roared at Madara. He merely laughed and summoned his own creature. Summoning. Kiryu. He ran his fingers down a tree and removed it slowly. As his fingers finished pulling off the rough wood, sparks danced off them and ignited the wood. The whole thing was soon up in flames. A single piercing howl, one of ancient, unexpressed rage, shattered all serenity. The tree crumbled to the ground as the flames took shape. A long, angular face formed, long twin rows of teeth glittering in the now showing sun. A long, muscular body led to a barbed tail. The legs traveled backwards, then forward to the feet with claws. At the bend, long spikes shot out. Madara Uchiha, how dare you call me out? It yelled. Golden orange scales flashed in the light. Kiryu, it has been far too long, said his Shuriai. The dragon turned to him and sent a huge fireball out. A sphere of earth and metal dispersed it. Manda jumped at him and his tail lashed out. The boss of the Hawks sent blast after blast of elements at Kiryu while he swiped with claws, battered with his tail, and sent bolts of fire. Eventually, the Hawk boss and the Snake boss lunged forward while Kiryu exploded and took them all out. Naruto swung his arms out wide, and jagged sword blades covered his arms. The vine shot him forward, and he prepared to attack Madara. As he got within a few feet of the Uchiha, Madara struck out and slammed his foot into Naruto's stomach. Weakling, that is the only way to describe you, Uzumaki. He drew an Odachi and swung it down. Naruto closed his eyes as he regained control. So, this is how it ends, huh? I didn't think I would die so young. I never even achieved my dream. You worthless demon brat. Go back to hell where you belong, Kyubi. Like a loser like you could become Hokage. That was it. That was the memory that triggered the force of energy that rocketed through the forest. Naruto's eyes snapped open as a thick layer of ice protected him. He could see his reflection in front of him. His right eye was completely green with a red ring with 3 snowflake-shaped tomo spinning on it. His left eye was white with a red triangle and 3 green leaves traveling around it. Every now and again, the shapes in the eyes would switch as Madara hacked away. Naruto, the core Habushi has ascended a level. It's what gives you your abilities. You now have some new abilities. As happy as I am to hear that, Lord Nidame, it isn't helping me any. Naruto, drop all the seals. Naruto mentally smacked himself in the face and began to do many fast-paced hand signs, a simple blur in the air. A golden light exploded around him as he flashed out of existence. Madara's chest fell in as a fist connected to it. Naruto appeared beneath him and slammed a fist into his chin. He flew into the air as Naruto made 9 clones. The first clone jumped at him, but a black fire destroyed it. The others suffered the same fate as Naruto continued a long line of hand signs. Madara landed in a crouch in front of Naruto and swung a leg sweep. As Naruto flew down, Madara grabbed his throat, the ice that formed shattering in an instant. That was impressive, I'll give you that, but not quite good enough. Now prepare to be killed as I remove your bijou. His hand glowed a deep red as he inched it towards Naruto's stomach. Get away from my grandson. A foot connected with Madara and sent him spiraling away. Pain and Konan jumped into the fight as Madara spit out a glob of dark blood. Ah, the snake in the grass. Orochimaru pulled the fake face off of his own and sent a huge wall of snakes at Madara. His answer was the same attack with serpents instead. The other 2 grass nin jumped into the air and spun around each other. They shed their skin and became 2 giant serpents and slammed into 3 of Pain's bodies. They dispelled as a giant panda appeared. Konan flew at Haku, who ran at her while making hand signs and slammed a fist into her wings. They froze over slowly, but slowly enough that she could get rid of them and make new ones. You'll pay for that, little girl. Really? Well, then I'll just do this. She made one-handed seals as fast as she could. One kind of set on the left, a different on the other. Konan pushed some stray hair away and made her own hand signs. Both hands, fingers pressed together, plunged parallel into the ground. A small shake came through the ground and started to shift the earth. Haku ran up a tree using her chakra, right as 2 hands of paper grabbed at the air she once was. Haku continued her hand signs while flipping over the hands onto another tree. She ran up the tree and jumped further up on the other as the hands made another grab. I thought you were going to do something. I'm about to, you ugly white, rose-wearing slut. Konan got a tick on her forehead and made 5 more sets of hands chase after Haku. She dodged the last set and finished the hand seals as she reached the top of the tree. She spun between the 2 trees and flew down towards Konan in a spiral. Ice style, transformation, merging of Rinmaru. Haku flipped and pulled up from the spiral as small drops of water formed wings on her back. Sharp claws ran down from her fingers and a tail swayed behind her. 2 short swords formed in her hand as she looked down. You can't beat me in air, little whore, yelled Konan before she crouched down and launched up. She and Haku clashed in the air as Madara and Orochimaru finished their attacks. Not bad. I thought that attack had died out of humans' knowledge, but I guess I was wrong. He and Madara dashed at each other. Both went into a roundhouse in the air and met with their legs crossed. Orochimaru twisted and grabbed the leg, throwing Madara downwards. Madara, in turn, grabbed Orochimaru's leg as he came and switched the attack around. Orochimaru cocooned him and pulled up. Madara exploded outward with his arms and launched at Orochimaru, activating his Manjikyu as he spun around, forcing black chakra around him. "Prepare for 72 hours of pain and torture," he said as he prepared for his Tsukuyomi, but a single roar stopped all fighting. Madara dropped to the ground and ground his fingers into his palms, making his knuckles white and blood seep from the fist. Naruto had lost control, a blood-red cloak around him. 7 tails of the same energy sprouted from his tailbone. He opened his mouth, and a long line of blood seeped from his body. "Uchiha, you left Naruto an orphan. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have attacked Whirlpool or Kenoha. Pay for your crimes." He ran on all 4 straight at Madara. 5 Pains, the original sitting back with Madara, stood in his way, but he swatted them away. They slammed their heads into trees, then had them punctured by his tails. He roared out in what they assumed was pain, and the energy slid slightly away, showing Naruto's skin stripped away and the underlying skin boiling. Madara pulled his mask off and fired 2 Amaterasu off. Naruto roared as loud as possible. The trees shook and the flames stopped for a moment, giving him time to wrap the tails around him in a cocoon. They hit him and lifted him into the air, following him. He spun around, the flames circling him in a ring. Madara took his chance and rushed at Sasuke, who was with Dara watching the display in the air. "Become powerful, my descendant," he yelled as he pulled out a glowing yellow scroll. He dodged clay birds and jammed the scroll into Sasuke. It sank through the clothing and into his abdomen. Sasuke grabbed his head as a second being entered his soul. Madara smirked and jumped away. Dara caught Sasuke as he fell to his knees in pain. "What did you do, you freak?" Madara chuckled as Dara repeated his question. "I made sure the Uchiha line would continue. At least, until I come to take the Hoku no Yururu back from him." "Master, you put it inside him?" "Haha, yes, pain. I turned my own descendant into a Jinchuriki for the 5-tailed wolf." "Hey, what's going on here?" All attention, other than Orochimaru's and Naruto's, landed on a young blonde girl. She wore a black bodysuit and had 3 whisker marks on her cheeks. A headband with a village hidden in the cloud symbol on it lay on her forehead. "Jinchuriki," the one word yelled by Dara, made her growl. She hissed and suddenly exploded into purple chakra. Purple flames made a 2-tailed cat form around her as she screamed. "It's a Jinchuriki party, pain," laughed Madara. "We can get 4 of the bijou here and now," he laughed as the girl nearly hit him. Haku dashed past him with Konan following. "Why hasn't Sarutobi gotten here yet? It can't be that hard to notice," whispered Orochimaru as the black fire started to spin faster. He may have not known about Naruto being his grandson for long, but he still cared about him. "Come on, you overgrown fuzzball. Save him." Boom. The flames disappear as the orb turned yellow and hit the ground. A medium-sized blonde 9-tailed fox landed in the crater and fell down, turning into Naruto. He staggered up and spit a large amount of blood and a few teeth onto the ground. "Grandfather, I need more power. I know you can give it to me, so do it." Orochimaru hesitated but complied. His neck shot out, and he bit into Naruto's neck behind the shoulder. He did a few hand seals as his neck shot him toward Sasuke. He bit into him, but laced it with a demon suppression seal. Madara growled and tackled him. They rolled back and forth, punching each other as Sarutobi and Jeriah appeared with the Jounin senseis and Anko. "Sensei," yelled Anko. Orochimaru punched Madara in the nose, listening satisfied to the crunch. Then he ran away and left the forest as fast as possible. Konan swooped down and grabbed the 2 men and flew away. They rushed to Naruto's side, but Dara held his arms out as they got close, stopping them. "We haven't finished the assignment. We got this under control." A normal Haku landed next to him and agreed. The 2 men reluctantly left as Dara hefted Naruto onto his shoulder. The giant flaming cat was playing with a yarn ball. They laughed slightly at the sight and left. As they continued, they ran into a mist team. "Ah, easy pickings, boys," said the leader. "And we get a pretty girl, too." They laughed as Haku pulled out a Senbon. Before either side could even start the battle, ice encased the 3 genin and crushed them. Naruto's voice was barely audible, but they caught the words of the jutsu. Ice style, ice burial. Dara looked at him in shock. He's still unconscious. He must have done it to protect two Haku. That made Haku blush. A brown scroll fell to the ground, and they picked it up. What scroll do you have? Earth. Okay, then we'll meet you at the tower. They dashed off as fast as possible. The only time they stopped was when night fell. They lay Sasuke and Naruto down on the ground and tried to reduce the fever that had risen from their bodies. When morning came, they deconstructed camp and prepared to leave. But as they left, 40 ninja with the rain head band slowly, painstakingly, pulled themselves from the ground. Earth style, Rain of the Bloody Rocks Jutsu, shouted Dara. Red boulders slammed into a bush, making the clones disappear. A heaven scroll rolled out, and Aio grabbed it, shooting from the bushes and dashing off, Sai flying by with Sasuke on an ink bird. Dara made a clay bird and lay on it as they flew. He waved to Sai as they passed. See you, ink heart. Sai ground his teeth at the name. Ever since he read that book, Dara called him that. Dara, the tower's up ahead, said Aku. Dara nodded and picked up Naruto. As they reached the door, the bird pulled up and Haku and Dara slid down. The bird flew up and exploded, spelling out, "We made it, bitches," in big black lettering. As they prepared to enter, Naruto stirred. Dara put him on the ground to wake up the turn to the bushes, throwing a kunai into them. Why are we being targeted today? A rock team shot at them. Dara shot birds at them, but they dashed out in rock armor. Haku tried to freeze them, but they broke the ice. One grabbed Haku as they approached, one grabbed Dara, and the leader pulled out an odachi. "Die traitor." Go to hell, Janji. The leader smirked and turned to Haku. "Hey, baby, want to have a little fun in a second?" She spit at him, but he just laughed. "Like you have much of a choice." He cut Dara up on the arms and legs and finished by jamming his sword into Dara's left arm at the elbow. Then he turned to Haku. He grabbed her shirt and started to pull. She screamed as the other one pulled her hair. The leader, Janji, slapped her and she fell on her knees. Janji laughed as the crony pulled on her hair. She drew a kunai as they laughed. "Nice try, little girl." Haku growled as an icy blue chakra surrounded her. "I'm not a little girl." She spun, using a kunai to slash her hair as she turned. She started to attack the rock ninja with a rapid attack of fists and kicks. They dropped their armor and moved around the attacks, moving back into the forest. She sent a punch once more when they had passed a tree line and hit a tree. It groaned as her fist broke and blood flew. The flash healed, but the bones had been pushed completely out to create room for a new one. "Looks like the tables have turned." She gulped and ran back away. They all laughed and chased after her. She stood in front of the tower when they appeared. Rubble gathered around them, forming a crude armor. They smirked and ran towards her. Janji threw a punch, and she flew through the air. The one that had held her down appeared behind her and landed on her back. He jumped into the air, pushing down. The remaining member slid underneath her and twisted, landing on his back with his feet up in the air. He kicked her into the air, then jumped up, passing her. They grabbed arms in the air above her, a three-man circle, and slammed their feet together into a drill point shape. Earth style, falling earth drill, they spun, gathering wind, and flew down toward her. As the drill reached a few inches, a blur of purple dashed by and grabbed Haku. The three genin broke apart. One was caught by a kid in purple clothing about Kabuto's age, who could move his body like a snake. The other member had been caught by a kid in the same garbs with a cloth over his face. He was sucking the kid's chakra away. "Haku, are you okay?" "Kabuto, what are you doing here?" "I came to save you from them." He dropped her carefully on the ground and turned to Janji. He drew a chakra scalpel out of thin air with a small wrist flick and prepared to attack. Janji scowled and snapped. A rock clone of him burst from his back, and he shook his body as the rocks fell apart. No more holding back. He flew at the veteran genin who flipped over him and stabbed his shoulder with the scalpel. Janji slid and turned, swinging the now limp arm into Kabuto's face. The genin ducked and swung his leg, but Janji jumped and flipped, slamming a leg into Kabuto's shoulder. Kabuto twisted, spinning like a top on the ground, making Janji get thrown away while getting kicked. Kabuto lay on the ground, leaning on his arm like a pillow with a smile on his face. "Keep trying, newbie." Janji growled and started making hand signs. Kabuto sat up and started making his own. Underground reflecting fish jutsu. The earth flew around him as he sank into the ground. Janji continued his hand signs, then slammed his left hand on the ground. A large elephant trumpeted as he appeared, his tusks shining. Janji jumped up onto it and waited for the attack. Trying to hide won't help you. Who said I was hiding? Janji looked at the ground where Kabuto was dissolving his scalpel. He blew on the elephant's skin and it fell over. Kabuto smirked and walked over to Haku. That was rather easy. Kabuto, look out. Too late. A Nodachi slammed into Kabuto's chest, showing where it barely missed his lungs and heart. He gave a shuddered breath before falling on the ground, the Nodachi being pulled out by Janji. The teen growled and slapped Haku. 3 more times he hit Haku until her lips and face bled. I'll teach you. He placed the sword at her throat, then turned his head to the other 2 veterans. Let my teammates go. I'll kill her. He drew a small amount of blood to make him more threatening. The 2 teens jumped away to Kabuto's side where less and less blood was falling. Niji, do something, hissed Tenten in the trees. Niji sighed and prepared to jump, but he felt a huge power strike. He screamed as he deactivated his Byakugan, the chakra 2 blinding to look at. Haku, did he hurt you? It was a simple question with a simple answer. The voice was soft yet held a deep hatred and rage in it. Janji gulped as he felt the chakra spike upwards. Answer me, Haku. Did he hurt you? Janji felt his heartbeat increase as he gazed at their target. Are you a Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze? He stuttered. Yeah, why do you want to know? Knowing the name of your executioner isn't going to help any. Naruto let the huge, spiraling column of blue energy surround him. The mark on his neck, a leaf with a triple set of snowflakes around it, spread more of the ice like marks over his body. Naruto, let me do it. I haven't gotten to fight yet. A second energy, more malicious though, combined with Naruto's. Outstepped Sasuke from the woods, a black spiral of his own deep purple energy swirling around him and flame like marks on his arm and face. No, I'm going to feed him to my snakes. Roki, the black snake flew from the trees, landing at Naruto's feet. He roared in pain and grievance as he felt the energy spill into him. Soon a large tiger-sized snake with 2 small feet, making it look like a larger version of a Komodo dragon, was next to Naruto, roaring the rage Naruto would not expose. Janji gulped, knowing he would die. This guy was at least special Jounin level if not Jounin, and he had pissed him off. I get him, Sasuke demanded. Naruto swung his leg around and slammed it into Sasuke's gut. The Uchiha jumped and threw a punch. Naruto caught it, and they met eyes. Korahabushi versus Sharingan. Both spun in a wild dance, fire and ice. Sasuke broke apart and started to pant. Naruto covered his eyes and focused his chakra. He moved his hand and let 2 bullets of ice fly into Sasuke. He hit a tree and groaned, losing his markings. Now for you. He pulled the Raijin off the Sanjigun and walked up to Janji. In one swift move, the Raijin was thrown through his head and into a tree. Naruto held out his hand, making it shake up and down. It flew to him, spinning like a saw so fast Janji's body was cut in half. Naruto laughed evilly and held both hands out toward the other 2. Ice coffin. They floated into the air in 2 ice cocoons. He laughed crazily and closed his hands, destroying them. He turned to Kabuto's teammates and prepared to do the same, but 2 slender arms wrapped around him. The energy disappeared and the marks disappeared. Please, Naruto, stop this already. I'll be fine. Naruto broke the grasp and turned to her. She was about half an inch taller than him, but that didn't stop him. He leaned in and kissed her, passion and lust pouring out. She immediately did the same. He pulled out to catch his breath and smiled. Only for you, my ice queen. Kabuto cleared his throat to get their attention. Naruto, Lord Orochimaru says you are always welcome in the Hidden Sound Village. Thank you for the invitation, Kabuto. I'll come say hello sometime, he said right before he passed out from chakra exhaustion. Chapter 9, The Prelims, Part 1. Naruto awoke in the tower on an unfamiliar bed. He groaned as pain shot through him. Dara and Haku slept on the beds on either side of him. He silently went to the bathroom and took a shower. As he dried off, he made sure his teammates were still asleep. He put on a pair of black cargo pants with multiple pockets, a red shirt with a black flame outline, and his navy blue trench coat. He let Roki crawl up his arm and strapped on his Sanji gun. His swords were placed inside the coat, and a set or gray fingerless gloves were slipped on his hands, the seals for wind attacks placed into it. I wonder if QB has any more seals to teach me. Maybe if you win your match kit. He marched down the hall to the other rooms to see who else was here. Anybody here? He chuckled lightly and yelled out, Marco. Polo. Gara walked down the hall, a blank expression on his face. Tell that old man I said thank you for fixing my seal. Your Kage and the old pervert have stopped Shikaku from influencing me. It was my pleasure to get you help. We need you in the battle to come, so having you in stable mind is important. He grabbed the bottom of his shirt. Besides, our kind is few and needs to stick together. He pulled up his shirt to show QB's seal. What he didn't expect, though, was that the kanji for tree, root, ice, and glacier were above, below, on the left and right side of the circle. You are right. We must stay on each other's side, or we will endanger ourselves. There are only 6 of us, so dash. 7. There are 7 now. He launched into an explanation of how Madara attacked Sasuke. They fought back, skipped how Orochimaru saved them, how the Cloud Jinchuriki attacked Madara, how Madara had implanted the Hoku, how the seals were placed, what happened with the Rock Ninja, and how he nearly went insane. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you certainly are a strange one. I must go now. My siblings await. The sullen redhead turned away from the blonde and up a flight upstairs. Naruto continued on his way, searching for other teams. He reached the east side of the tower and found Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. Ichichiro Naruto, stuttered out Hinata. Hey Naruto, can you hook me up with that hot chick on your team? The blonde one, said Kiba, a perverted smile on his face. I didn't know you were gay, Kiba, said Shino, keeping a straight face. Or at least they thought it was a straight face. They couldn't see behind his collar and glasses, but Naruto thought he heard a slight chuckle. I'm not gay. What the hell are you talking about? Kiba, that's a guy named Dara, he said with a laugh. Kiba spluttered for a minute before getting a mischievous grin on his face. What about that brunette girl? He leaned in close to Naruto's ear. Her boobs are kind of small, but the ones with tiny tits are Allah's animals in the bed. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Kiba nudged him. Hey, you know what I mean? Naruto looked at him for a moment. Kiba, cover your balls before I chop them off. The 3 genin in front of him looked both shocked and appalled at the statement. That girl you're talking about is my girlfriend, and I'll be damned if I let you get away with insulting her and using her as the subject of dirty jokes. Gigi girlfriend? He nodded to the Hyuga girl in front of him. Since yesterday. Damn, some guys get all the luck, complained Kiba. Naruto laughed and rubbed his head embarrassedly. I guess so. I mean, Hinata, is something wrong? She shook her head, making tears fly. She ran down the hall, sobbing in sorrow. What did I say? What did I do? Shino sighed and shook his head. You still don't know after all this time? Naruto looked at him quizzically, waiting for him to explain. She's like you since the academy. You just never noticed it. Naruto rubbed the back of his head again. Am I getting a bold spot? Actually, I didn't know about it. I may not look like it, but I'm actually really smart. Kiba snorted and Naruto kicked him in the balls. Shino, give me any question you want and I'll answer. What was the name of the Nidaime Hokage? Tobarama Senju, grand uncle of Tsunade the Sannin, brother of Hashimaru Senju, the Shodaime Hokage, sensei to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohyudatane, and Hamura Mitokado, famous for his water and ice jutsu, and my great-great-granduncle. Next question, please. Same information on the Yondaime Hokage. Minato Namikaze, son of Tsunade Senju and Orochimaru, no known surname. Husband of Kushina Uzumaki, sensei to Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin no known surname. Famous for his Rasengan, flying Thunder God technique, and his seals. He is known as the strongest Hokage for defeating the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Only living relatives are his parents and his son, me. You really expect us to believe you're related to all those people? Laughed Kiba. I doubt it somehow. Well, you always were kind of stupid. I can't believe the Academy Dobe, and a blondie no less, Just called me dumb when he failed the test to graduate 3 times. Hey, my first mission was a B rank. I took out a traitor before I was even a ninja, and you started with D ranks. Who's better at being a ninja here? He can't even do a clone, jutsu. I have too much chakra for that technique, he yelled. Besides, I learned a jutsu form, the forbidden scroll of the Hokage, in 3 hours while evading almost all ninja chunin or higher in the village. Oh yeah, well, at least I'm not a blonde dobe. You want to fight Dobreth? Bring it on, blonde dobe. They dashed to the arena where the other contestants were gathered. Naruto, just in time for you to be in the prelims and miss the speech. Take a look at who your possible opponent could be. Naruto scanned his eyes over the group. He saw Sasuke, the cat girl, Sai, Dara, Haku, a set of rock ninja, a sound ninja group, Kabuto's teammates, Shikamaru's team, and Kiba's team, as well as a Hyuga boy, Lee and a girl in a Chinese outfit with her hair in 2 buns, and Gaara and his siblings. Sensei, someone has to fight twice. I'll do it, declared Naruto to Hade on the field. Me and Kiba got a score to settle. Okay, but no swords or wind jutsu. Naruto nodded and jumped from the railing onto the floor. Kiba followed him as Hade cleared his throat. This event is being televised to all nations across the continent, so be careful what you use. Begin. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 49 clones popped into appearance, and all 50 Narutos tossed 2 trikunais around Kiba. You missed dope. Did I really, Kiba? You obviously have never seen a flying thunder god kunai before. Naruto smirked and worked some hand signs. Tree style. Arms of the soul tree. 4 arms shot from underneath Kiba's feet and held his arms and legs. The clones made a bird sign and disappeared in a yellow flash. Kiba screamed as wounds appeared on his skin. Naruto smirked, then turned and slammed a clawed hand into a second, more beast-like Kiba. Glacier Cocoon. The Kiba fell to the ground in a block of ice. Akamaru, he yelled. The Kiba in the ice disappeared to be replaced by a small dog. Naruto chuckled and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the tree branches sunk away and the ice melted into water. Im no monster. I would never hurt an innocent little animal. He walked over to the wall and leaned against it, waiting for Kiba. The aggravated Inuzuka tossed a pill to Akamaru, who turned red. Kiba then got on all 4s and growled. That's it, Akamaru. Akamaru barked and jumped on Akiba's back. Ninja art. Man-beast clone. In a blast of smoke, the small puppy turned into his master again. Ninja art. Beast mimicry. Kiba lowered his head to the floor and covered it with his hands. When he came up, he looked like a rabid dog. Akamaru, keep him on a leash, yelled Naruto, or I'll do it for you. He chuckled again as Kiba and Akamaru jumped into the air and twisted. Inuzuka Taijutsu style. Fong over Fong. 2 swirling vortexes of wind, weaving in and out of each other, came towards Naruto. As they grew closer, he took a huge breath, did a few hand signs, and spit a long line of mud at them. They went up over his head and tried to come down again. Tried being the operative word here. Naruto inspected his fingernails till they were about 4 feet apart and spin kicked out of the way at the last second, scoring a hit on one of the clones. Not bad, Akamaru, but you should train your pet better. He's just a burden to you in the village. Kiba howled in anger and ran straight at Naruto on all 4s. I'll show you who's the pet here. Bring it on, your wet-haired, slobbery, flea-infested, mange-ridden mutt. Kiba sped up and circled Naruto. Said blonde yawned and slammed a Rasengan into the ground. The arena crackled and scattered. Kiba was thrown into the far wall. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, yelled Hade. No, I can still fight, yelled Kiba, crawling out of the hole. He ran at Naruto again, blood pouring from his left arm. Hade moved to stop the fight, but Naruto beat him to it. He disappeared in a golden flash and appeared in front of Kiba with his fist an inch from his face. A small plate of wind hit him and sent him flying. Naruto bent his arm, so his hand was in front of his face, and he had a straight arm and placed his other arm on his wrist. He pulled it down to his elbow, then pointed the arm at Kiba and balled the hand into a fist. Wind shotgun. A large compressed bullet of air shot at Kiba's head. Kiba covered his head as the wind impacted against its target and exploded. Kiba shakily turned his head and looked at the huge crater next to his head. Naruto grabbed his shoulder as his arm went in a minor seizure, but quickly stopped as a red aura ran down it and back up. Watch your step, Kiba, or next time I won't sneeze when I try and kill you. XXXXXXXXXX. Jeriah and Anko were rolling on the floor as Sarutobi slammed his head on the bar. The brat sneezed and missed, laughed Anko as Kiba was taken away. That kid's so unpredictable. I remember one time, though, his father sneezed as he activated the flash, and instead of him, his snot hit the Tsuchikage in the face. Even the contestants were laughing at that one. Jeriah wiped his eyes of tears as the name selecting electric board began to shuffle. XXXXXXXXXX. I told him his overconfidence would be his undoing, but he never listened to me, said Kiba's sister, Hannah, in the Inuzuka residence. He did well for someone going against that kid, said his mother, Some, as she sipped some tea. Inuzuka like Kiba are a disgrace if you ask me. You need to teach him some humility. Some waved her hand back and forth and poured the rest of her tea into her dog's mouth. Thank you, Some. Anytime, partner. XXXXXXXXXX. The Tsuchikage ground his fingers into the diamond desk as the entire continent laughed at the fact he had gotten a face full of snot in the war courtesy of the yellow flash. The desk snapped as he realized Akira had failed her mission. ANBU, send 3/4 of all available Hunter Neen after Akira. The ANBU in the corner disappeared and he sighed. Akira, I am sorry, but I have no choice. You have failed and failure is not an option in my village. XXXXXXXXXX. Madara laughed as he watched the replay of Naruto, sneezing right before he fired. Then it got hard to breathe as they zoomed in on the crater to show snot flung everywhere. That kid is funny, he said while wiping his eye. Master, what did I miss? Asked Pain as he came back with the popcorn. His mouth fell open when he saw all of the Akatsuki members laughing their asses off. Madara hit the rewind button and showed the snot. The popcorn dropped as Pain covered his mouth. He suddenly burst out laughing, a high squeaky schoolgirl giggle. All laughing stopped for a moment as all I focused on Pain. He wrinkled his nose and sneezed, sending green mucus into the popcorn. They burst out laughing again as Pain ran to his room to cry. XXXXXXXXXX. The names spun at a fast rate. Hade announced each name as they appeared. Ino Yamanaka will fight. The second name slot turned around and began to slow down after Ino's name appeared. Temari Sabaku. Well, this should be quick. Temari, he'll have this girl beat in a second, said Kankuro as his sister slightly opened her fan in front of Ino. Begin, shouted Hei before disappearing. Temari swung her fan at Ino and sent her flying into a wall with a blast of wind. She fell on the floor a moment later, completely unconscious. Boring. Temari climbed the railing and agreed with her red-headed brother's statement. The names rolled again, and Hei once again announced them. Third match, Shikamaru Nara versus Kin Tsuchi. Begin. The female sound ninja began by firing off Senbon needles at the lazy boy, who sidestepped them. She smirked and pulled. Bells on the end of the needles shook, sending sound waves out to Shikamaru's eardrums. He groaned as his vision grew fuzzy, and several copies of Kin appeared around her. Give up, you can't escape. Shikamaru smiled as he crouched down and made his hands into a ram seal. Kin started to do the same. What in the world? Shadow Possession Jutsu. Successful. A black line expanded from underneath the thread connecting to the bells until a long shadow connected Shikamaru to Kin. He walked forward and she was forced to do the same. He turned her away and up the stairs, meaning a forfeit. Kin Tsuchi has left the arena, so the winner is Shikamaru Nara. Choji congratulated Shikamaru up in the balcony as once more the names rolled. Fourth match, Niji Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki. Read the A/N, it's important to the story. A/N. I've decided to make shorter chapters than I usually do so I can have a longer story. Most other stories are in chapter 20 at this point, so I'm going to space out the prelims, the training after it, the finals, and the invasions. I'm also going to explain the relationship between Kakashi and Gabriella next chapter and how she survived since I kind of forgot last chapter. And I need profiles and skills on the Rocknin team's second and third member. I already have one on the first. Same for the Cloud Ninja team, other than the Jinchuriki, Chapter 10. The Prelims, Part 2. Fourth match, Niji Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sighed as the Hyuga boy next to Lee calmly walked down the stairs. Sensei, can I use my sword this time? Yes, unless it's for a killing blow. Naruto chuckled evilly and drew the two weapons. The diamond one lit up in fire and the jade in lightning. He had placed seals on them as soon as Kyuubi had taught those specific ones to him. His two worst elements were at his disposal. Niji simply crossed his arms and stared. Give up. Fate has determined I will be the winner of this match. Naruto cocked his head to the side and stared. 2.5 minutes, he said, and threw a wad of cash to Anko. Jeriah, Anko, Hate, Hiruzen, and the Jounin senseis all started placing bets. That's how long it'll take for me to beat you. A weakling like you cannot defeat fate. Naruto snorted and spun the swords in his hand. Fate is for weaklings. At one time, I was convinced it was my fate to be hated by the villagers, but then I met an old man and his daughter at a ramen bar. They gave me food and drink and gave me shelter for the night. Then I met Irika sensei, and he was kind to me. They gave me strength to become strong. Then I met my 3 senseis who became like my family, then my current sensei and my 2 teammates. Fate had nothing to do with me, because nothing controls your fate. You make your own. You truly are a fool. 1 minute and you'll be unable to use your Byakugan. 2 minutes and you'll be unable to use chakra. 2.5 minutes and you'll be unconscious. Begin. Niji ran at Naruto and struck out with a palm strike. Naruto went under it and stabbed Niji's leg with the lightning sword. He screamed as electricity entered his body. Naruto jumped back and tissed 3 times before put his swords up. Sword will make this too easy. He jumped from foot to foot, waiting for Niji. The Hyuga growled and ran forward. Naruto dodged fists, finger jabs, and palm thrusts. Niji swung a leg out with so much chakra you could see a blue aura, and it connected with Naruto's left arm. The arm grew limp as Niji smirked. Naruto made a sign with his other hand and let elemental chakra flow into it. Naruto swung the arm right into Niji's stomach. 5 ribs cracked as the earth-imbued fist sent him flying. 40 seconds up. Niji panted as he stood up. He was running low on chakra, and he knew it. He ran forward once more and fell to the floor as his leg stopped responding. 55 seconds. Niji growled and flipped Naruto off. He sighed and deactivated his Byakugan to conserve chakra. 1 minute on the dot. Niji stood up with a huge effort of will and roared in anger. He ignored the pain in his leg as he ran forward. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I am fated to win this match. He started a barrage of hits once more as fast as he could. A few times he clipped Naruto, but the blonde seemed no to care. Niji made a fatal mistake and extended a fist to far out and received an uppercut to the chin. He spun in the air for a moment before being kicked backwards. He used his hands and his heels to slow down as blood poured from his leg. Even Naruto was panting heavily now. 1 minute and 48 seconds, he managed to get out, making Niji angry again. Ice style. Freezing fog. He took a huge breath and expelled a gray fog that headed straight for Niji. Said Hyuga pulled his injured leg up, held his arms away from him, and spun on 1 foot. A swirling dome of chakra spun around him as the fog hit. The dome began to freeze as the fog pressed on. Niji was forced to stop with no chakra left in his body. No more chakra left to use. It's been 2 minutes on the dot, Niji, and you can't use chakra, gloated Naruto. Niji, from behind the riveted ice, half dome shaped like the dome he had just stopped, glared at Naruto, who began making hand seals. He tapped the ground gently with his right index finger and let a fingerprint of blood be pressed into it. From that small bloody marking, a single pill popped up. Naruto picked it up and swallowed it whole. Niji stared curiously at the blonde boy in front of him. What is he doing? I've already lost, whispered Niji. Naruto burped as loud as he could and smacked his lips together. Man, that was good. He licked his lips, satisfied, and yawned. Now, where was I? He turned to Niji and hit his head with his palm. Duh, I was gonna beat him. People started to sweat drop as the blonde headed for Niji. 10 seconds, Naruto, called Anko. Naruto nodded and sped up. Niji backed away as best he could, but Naruto smashed straight through the dome and grabbed his collar, using it to pick him up. By Niji Hyuga. Naruto swung Niji around and tossed him towards the opposite wall. His head collided with the wall and knocked him out right as the clock hit 30 seconds. He walked up the stairs and sat down next to Sasuke and Choji. "What was that pill you ate?" The question didn't seem to surprise Naruto, so he answered the Uchiha. "A new medication pill I'm working on. It contains an entire meal to restore energy. The one I ate was a beef, rice with soy sauce, Jeriah and tomatoes. I also put in dango and sake." He laughed as Choji, Sasuke, and Anko started to drool. Choji from the beef and rice, Sasuke from his addiction to Jeriah and tomatoes, and Anko because of the dangos and sake. Jeriah came over to him and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Kid, you just made me a crap load of money, you know that?" "Where's my money?" Jeriah laughed and gave him a silver metal suitcase filled with money. "Don't spend it all in one place." XXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade and Shizen were happier than they had ever been. A few months ago, Sarutobi had sent them a scroll containing Naruto's file and a letter telling her about their being related. Feeling she owed him something, she put her faith on him and bet all the money she had in the Senju clan estate that Naruto would win through with his prediction right on the dot. "I can't believe we just won enough money to pay off all your debts and still have enough left over to double the size of the clan's treasury," Shizun said excitedly. "Well, he is my grandson, in case you don't remember." Shizun smiled and laughed. They both made multiple shadow clones to take the money to the people they owed the money to while they headed to Kenoha. "Why are we going there again? I thought you were never going back." "I'm going for one reason. If my grandson is anything like me, I can bribe him to leave the village and come with us." XXXXXXXXXX. "How did a branch member learn the rotation?" demanded a Hyuga elder. "If he can use the who is to say he can't use the 64 palms as well?" A third yelled. Hayashi Hyuga simply sipped his tea calmly. "If a branch member is this good, maybe we should ask him to train the lady heiress Hinata," suggested the newest council member. "Are you a complete idiot?" yelled one of the others. "That has to be absolutely dash. The best idea an elder has had in a long time. Possibly the only good idea." The sudden interruption and revelation by Hayashi stunned the older members of the council. A new time is coming. The Sandaime is arranging for Hinata to be apprenticed to Tsunade when she comes back to the village. I have also noticed a certain person with a very powerful bloodline that would make a fine addition to our own becoming interested in Hinata. "Real? And who might that be?" asked the elder who had spoken first. "The Uchiha boy, Sasuke." He simply sipped his tea as the room exploded into yelling again. XXXXXXXXX. Madara opened a scroll in a hidden underground library he had discovered under the currently fleeing Hanzo's house, who had somehow managed to survive Tsukuyami and summon a salamander to escape, and widened his eye. Well, I guess the QB isn't needed after all. "Master, what have you discovered?" Pain came out of the door, leading to the vault high above the library. "I have found something very useful. It seems that if we can get at least 2 Bijou who are not inside Jinchuriki, who absorb the demon's strength over time, we can summon Zayubi, the 10-tailed sphinx, from the void." "But Master, the only Bijou without a host at this moment is the Sanbai. Did you know, Pain, before Zayubi became a Bijou, there were originally 10? Madara spun in the chair to look at Pain. There were 2 8-tailed Jinchuriki. The Ushioni, currently being held by a host named Killer Bee, and the 8-tailed snake, Yamato no Orochi. And if I am correct, the location of Yamato no Orochi is here somewhere." He swung his arms wide. Pain's sweat dropped. "I'll get my extra bodies and the others, and we'll begin," he said. He gave the thousands of shells containing exactly 1,074,867 scrolls a hateful glance. "What if the information isn't here? Then we go with the alternative." "Alternative?" "We go into the void and try to capture the creature and get out without being trapped ourselves by the spell the other Bijou trapped it with." He turned back around in his chair. "What happened with the match?" "The Nine-Tails container has won against the Hyuga clan prodigy." "Good. Now go get me some sake, Jeriah and tomatoes." XXXXXXXXX. Fifth match, Zaku Obumi versus Sasuke Uchiha. A sound ninja with a forehead protector like Yamato and spiky black hair walked down the stairs from the other side of the balcony. Naruto noticed in the center of each palm was a small hole. Sasuke, be careful. I think those holes in his arms are tubes that he uses to attack, warned Naruto. Sasuke nodded and swung himself over the railing. He pulled out a storage scroll as he landed and unsealed a weapon Naruto hadn't seen for a long time. It was in a simple sheath with a beautifully drawn picture of a lake in the spring on one side and the same like its sunset on the other. The handle was wrapped in a red sash that unraveled as Sasuke grabbed the sheath. He pulled on the black handle and released the silver blade from the sheath in a blast of heated air. Harasame, the spring blade, the red sash instantly reveled around Sasuke's right hand, allowing him to swing the blade and launch it. He sealed the sheath back up and threw the scroll to Naruto for safekeeping. I better finish this quickly. Harasame will only let an Uchiha who does not hold a third-level Sharingan wield it for so long. Hate signaled for the fight to begin, and Zaku pointed both arms at Sasuke. Decapitating air wave. A solid wall of wind flew straight at Sasuke at a high speed. The young Uchiha grabbed hold of the handle with both hands and brought it behind his right shoulder. As the wind reached a few inches from him, he swung the blade as hard and fast as possible in a sideways swipe. A red blast of energy exploded against the wind. Sasuke used his chakra to stay in place as the smoke subsided. He made 10 shadow clones and surrounded Zaku. Give up or die. Zaku laughed and slammed both hands onto the ground on either side of him. Extreme decapitating air wave. The ground around them fell apart and formed sand as the blast shot Sasuke back and dispelled the clones. He checked his wounds to see if he was okay. A few small cuts and scratches on his legs were no problem. The problem was the fact he could see the bone of his left leg. Shit, I can't move my leg. Who let a level 2 hold me? The great Harasame. Shut up, or I'll snap you in half. As if a level 2 could snap me. Only a man GQ can even attempt, and if you have the man GQ, it must have been achieved in the name of peace, not power, which only your brother has done before you. Sasuke growled in anger. The sword was starting to reject him. This kid had him on the ropes, and he was disabled. He blinked, and things started to slow down. He saw the smoke shift in slow motion. He saw a blast of wind heading his way slowed to a crawl and felt the rejection of the blade stop. Did I activate my third Tomo? Yes, you have. Now, are you going to just get hit, or do you want me to stop that attack? Quit being a jackass. You got spunk, kid. I like that in a wielder. Sasuke felt a silvery aura flow over him and felt his leg heal. He let the attack hit him. It didn't cause any damage, just go around him. The Zaku kid looked shocked before shaking his head and running at Sasuke for an up-close and personal blast. Sasuke smirked and disappeared. Zaku hit the ground before he knew what happened. Sasuke had hit him right in the temple with the handle, knocking him out. Winner of match 5, Sasuke Uchiha. Yeah, go Sasuke, yelled Haku. Wait to go Sasuke, hollered Dara. You kicked his freaking ass, cheered Naruto. There should have been more blood, screamed Anko before Hei bonked her on the head. You're lucky we're being watched, or I'd have to kill you for that, she threatened. Or I could castrate you instead. Hei shuffled away as fast as he could and hid behind the sandame. Sasuke came up the stairs as the medics wheeled Zaku away and took his scroll back for Naruto. After sealing Harasame, he sat down next to Naruto and his team. Hey kid, is the demon suppression seal holding up okay? He stared up at Jeriah for a moment and nodded his head slowly, exhaustion from using the sword obvious on his face. Good. Come find me after today is over and you get some sleep and I'll make it stronger. He nodded and leaned his head against the wall, waiting for sleep. When he opened them a second later, Naruto held one of his pills out to him. He took it greedily and swallowed it whole. He sighed and yawned, then fell asleep. Hey Kakashi, said Naruto all of a sudden. Who was that Gabriella lady in the Hokage's office a few weeks ago? Kakashi visibly flinched at the woman's name, and it obviously brought up some bad memories, but still he explained. Well, to put it simply, after your dad died, I was traumatized. I wandered around for what seemed like days until I came to the Uchiha district. Since I have a Sharingan, I was welcome there, if only partially. I walked around for a little while until I reached the ninja section. That was when my legs gave out and I collapsed. Gabriella had just come out of the house and ran to check on me. She brought me into her house and gave me food and drink. After that, we just talked. We talked from 1 in the morning to 4 in the morning the next day. I took her out on a date a few times before I proposed to her. She took some time, but eventually said yes. She was the first woman I loved since Rin abandoned the village. We were happy for a little while. Unfortunately, the day before the massacre, she broke the engagement. I thought she died with the rest. I'm sorry I brought it up, apologized Naruto. Kakashi shook his head. No, I have no problem talking about it. A small click reached their ears, returning their gaze of the wall. Would Kankuro and Misumi Tsurugi please come down to the arena? The two came down to the floor as Jeriah finished the earth jutsu that would fix the floor. It was Gaara's brother fighting one of Kabuto's teammates. I just read Gaara's lips, informed Kakashi. He told Kankuro to make it quick. Kankuro pulled out a scroll and unsealed a large salamander-looking puppet and a fat puppet with a latched closed stomach. He unwrapped his bundle and revealed a 6-armed puppet with 3 eyes. Blue strings connected each puppet to Kankuro's fingers as he got on the salamander's back and inside a protective shell. Begin! Misumi dodged attacks from the smaller two by moving around like a snake by using his chakra to soften his muscle tissue and bones, but the giant third puppet rammed him. Misumi was then caught by the fat puppet and locked inside. The first puppet with 6 arms split apart into 7 different pieces, the arms and head. Each one had a sword coming from the bottom of it. They flew into the side of the stomach. No kidding. The stomach of the fat puppet opened up to show a shaking Misumi with multiple sword blades a few centimeters from stabbing him. I won't kill if I don't have to, said the puppeteer as his 3 performers disappeared into his scroll again. He walked back up the stairs and stood next to his family members. It was obvious fear still remained between him and Gaara, but much less than what there had been. 7th match, yelled Hate as the second name appeared. Gaara Sabaku versus Chapter 11, The Prelims, Part 3. 7th match, yelled Hate as the second name appeared. Gaara versus. Hate stopped as Sasuke started to snore really loud up in the balcony. Naruto was drawing on his face with a permanent marker, and Guy was crying because he lost so much money in Niji's fight. I'll screw it. Match 7. Gaara Sabaku versus Tenten. Start the killing. He walked away looking depressed with his arms dangling at his side. Gaara looked confused, so Tenten took her opportunity and rushed at him with an odachi. She swung it down, and it was snapped in the sand shield. Nice try, but those swords aren't going to work for you, gloated Gaara as he kicked part of one of the 28 swords Tenten had broken. She smiled crazily and pulled out a black scroll and unsealed a huge Zanbato. She swung it down as hard and fast as she could and let it impact against the shield. It made the shield explode into a large sand cloud. She tried to pull the weapon back, but a strong tug pulled her into the smoke. Gaara held onto the Zanbato with one hand and tugged Tenten to him. How did you? He smiled at her as he held his arm around her waist. She realized the position they were in and blushed. His smile grew a little wider as he pushed her, and she was shot all the way across the arena into a wall. Winner, Gaara Sabaku, called Hate. Gaara simply walked back up the stairs to his brother and sister. Wait to go, little bro, congratulated Kankuro. I said don't call me little, he screamed. XXXXXXXXXX. In another universe, a blonde kid in a red jacket was sneaking away from a woman in a black dress when he suddenly sneezed. Aha, I got you, you little twerp, her fingernails launched out at him. Don't call me little, you bitch, he yelled while pounding his fist on the arm of the suit of armor, holding him and running away. Let me go, Ed. I'll kick her ass. Let me go. XXXXXXXXXX. In a far-off country, side a village about 3/4 as large as Kenoha was nestled away quietly. Missing Nin filled the main defense force of the village while samurai, and such were the civilians. At the moment, all of them were watching the Chunin exams on a huge jumbotron in the center of the village. A huge party with sake, food, and hot girls was being hosted by Orochimaru. No, this was not the Sound Village. It was something completely different. Long live Akatsukiga Cure, yelled Orochimaru from the giant fortress in the center of the town. Long live Akatsuki and Naruto Uzumaki. They screamed back. Orochimaru smiled and dropped back down into the fortress. A young boy with pale, white hair bowed to him. Lord Orochimaru, we have found what you asked. This is the village Gato was forming, but it seems young Naruto came in here and won all their loyalty. They will serve only him. Thank you, Kimamaru. Now, come enjoy the party. If you're lucky, you may get laid. Orochimaru blinked as the sudden Kimamaru-shaped dust cloud that ran all the way from where he was a moment ago, down the stairs, out the door, over a lake, and in front of a beautiful young woman settled down. He laughed and went down himself. XXXXXXXXXX. Yes, I went out again, yelled Choji while pumping his fist in the air. Eighth match, Yujito, Ni versus Tobirama. Begin, yelled Hate. The Jinchuriki for the cat Bijou, Nibby the two-tailed cat, simply crossed her arms. The boy across from her had a black blind fold over his eyes and several hundred weapons and storage scrolls. Yujito just sat down and let her demon chakra form a dome around her as the weapons hurled themselves at her. They bounced off harmlessly at the boy who caught them in a blur of hand movement. Not bad, but can you deflect this? He placed 8 scrolls around him with a letter on each one that corresponded with the way it was facing and rolled them out. A purple gas shot up around him as he unfolded the blind to cover his entire face. Poison gas attack. The smog floated over to Yujito. She expected her chakra to stop the gas, but instead they went through. The kid crossed his fingers, and she pulled the dome in around her as the gas sparked and exploded. Katsu. He almost had me. I better be on my toes. And get some more yarn. It's not yarn time yet, Nibby. It's always yarn time. Yujito started to make hand seals as Tobirama searched for her. He threw a purple pill at her direction, but she finished her jutsu first. Lightning style, thunder wall. A wall of crackling blue electricity formed in front of her. The pill exploded into poison as a stray bolt hit it. Wind style, blades of wind. 20 crescents of air spun through the electric wall and through the poison. The purple gas attached to the blades and carried into Tobirama, shocking him, cutting him and drench the wounds in poison gases. He simply stood there and panted as she dashed straight at him. She drew her fist back and let it fly. A crack resounded around the room as he dropped Yujito's broken hand. She grabbed his shoulder and pulled his head into her knee. He moved at the last minute and head butted her. Poison style, dripping Fong Cave. The area around Yujito shifted to a large cave. The inside was purple, and the large stalactites and stalagmites dripped a purple liquid. The ground fizzled where the liquid hit and disappeared a moment later. The liquid is acid. No, it's venom. The voice of Tobirama rang out around her. She growled and crossed her arms in a ram cell, filling them with chakra. Demon Genjutsu release, she whispered. The 7 layers of Genjutsu disappeared as Tobirama hit the ground. Winner, Yujito Ni. Yujito walked solemnly up the stairs. No one but Naruto and Dara congratulated her on the win. We're going to take a small intermission so the contestants can eat. Feel free to leave some for the others at Kimchi, called Anko as the older group left. A large buffet slid out of the balcony wall and tables and chairs were brought in for them. They ate their fill while they could. Halfway through, Kabuto came over to Naruto. Can I talk to you about my sensei, Naruto? It took him a moment to figure out he meant Orochimaru, but Naruto followed him outside once he did. Do you know this place? He held up a picture of a large village. Yeah, that's the village the businessman Gato was building. I took over after we defeated him, though. Allow me to show you. He made a few hand seals, grabbed Kabuto's arms, and whispered flashback jutsu. XXXXXXXXXX. A small forest dashed past them. As they burst from the leaves, a small village came into view. The tunnel vision stopped as they slowed down. They sped through the gate and onto the rooftops where they burst through the doors of the large tower. Several samurai drew their swords. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I was chosen to tell all of you Gato has been killed. You lie. He used 500 of us to defeat Zabuza, yelled the leader. I'll watch him die myself. Maybe this will be enough proof. He pulled out Gato's head and showed it to them. They all attacked him at once, but he flashed a few shuriken and tossed at the leader. He took the hit and jumped into the air as Naruto casually said, "Detonator activate." The shuriken exploded into shrapnel as blue fire encased the man. He fell dead on the ground, so Naruto threw him out the window. "What's going on here?" The door opened up to show a man with two swords with teeth coming down from them, wearing a large cloak with a hump on the back. "Who killed that man?" "I did, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. And I know you are Ryaga Kurosaki of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Zabuza Momochi sent me here." "What does that browless freak want here?" "He sends this." He tossed Gato's head at Ryaga. In a flash of light, the head was in pieces. "Who killed Gato?" "I did." "Well, my summons did. I'm here to take over the village." "No, if Gato is dead, I am in charge," argued Ryaga. Naruto glared at him. "Let's do this the honored way in the Mist Village." He moved his jacket to show the swords and activated Raijin. "Fine." They assumed a stance and held out a flat palm. They held a fist up in the air and glared at each other. They slammed the fist down to settle the power struggle for a village that would mean life or death for Naruto in the future, even though he doesn't realize it. "Rock!" screamed Ryaga. "Paper!" yelled Naruto. "Scissors!" they yelled together. Ryaga pulled his scissors back as Naruto smiled at his rock. "I'll win this time." He pulled out a sake bottle, gulped it down, and grabbed Ryaga's shoulder. "I'm putting you in charge of the village." Naruto smiled and shunshined away to his friends. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto released the jutsu to a nodding Kabuto. It seems they have chosen a new name for the village. At the confused look for Naruto, he continued. They chose to call themselves Akatsuki. "The village hidden in the dawn?" asked Naruto quizzically. Kabuto simply nodded. They went back inside as the tables were being taken away. Naruto stood next to a ninja with a black ANBU mask on, and what he could see is tape wrapped around the upper part of his head. "Is your name Naruto?" Naruto looked around, trying to figure out who asked him that. It was me in the mask. "Are you Naruto?" "Oh yeah, I'm Naruto. I'm going to kill you in the finals." Naruto's eye instantly narrowed, and the two started having a battle of killer intent. "You got some balls to threaten me like that, punk. Especially in my own village with my senseis, godfather, and our Kage here. Not to mention my teammates and friends. You killed my brother Janji for no reason. He tried to rape my girlfriend. And you threw a sword made of lightning through his head and then cut his body in half with it." He reached up for his mask. "And this is what's going to happen to you when I get done in the finals." He pulled the mask off and unraveled the bandages. His mouth was sewn closed by thick ninja wire, and his eyes were empty black sockets with metal circles blocking off the view to the pink flesh beneath. The eyelids were a few small pieces of limp flesh hanging from the outside of the socket. The eyes had been ripped out of his head, literally. "I am Yurusi, the ventriloquist from Awagakure, and I do not leave a fight without my opponent suffering." Naruto glared at him for a moment before speaking up. "Who names their kid, shut up?" People started to chuckle slightly until the flesh on Yurusi's mouth started to bleed as the wires started to loosen. "Yurusi and Rock Lee, come down to the arena," demanded Hate. The two walked down the stairs, each opposite the other, and faced each other. Lee pulled two sets of weights out and tossed them into the wall, making a huge dent. "Now, I am ready." He got into a strong fist stance as Hate began the match. Ninth match. Rock Lee vs. Yurusi of IWA. Begin. Chapter 12. The Prelims, Part 4. The only thing showing Lee's disappearance was the bang of the cement caving in where his feet had been. Yurusi struck his hand out before anyone could see and caught the kick Lee sent. Heat wave technique. Lee's skin started to bubble as the blood flow increased and the skin heated up. Yurusi began to walk towards the stairs when the cement started to crack. Soon a long spider web seemed to cover the floor. Lee was letting out a war cry as chakra flared around him. Gate of opening. Open. He disappeared again and wrapped his bandages around Yurusi. "What are you doing?" "Primary lotus." Lee pulled him up into the air and spun down into the ground. Yurusi staggered out of the large crater and started to do hand signs at a fast rate as his head started to hum and in a puff of smoke, flesh started to regenerate inside the eye sockets as the metal plates were forced back. Soon, two eyeballs with purple squares with orange lines going through it appeared. Lee gazed into the eyes and felt himself falter. War eyes. The chakra pulse increased the power, and Lee started to feel urges to attack the people in the area. XXXXXXXXXX. The Tsuchikage smiled as the eyes activated. He knew what they did, since it was his family's technique. It forced the other person to attack and go on a rampage if used along. The problem was it came at the cost of either going crazy, losing emotions, or having your senses lost. Yurusi had his eyes ripped out by a set of hands made entirely of a white aura, and his mouth had been sewn together with ninja wire, extra strength version. It was the most horrible thing a father could watch happen to his son. It must have been hard to Akira to watch it happen to her cousin, as it had for him to watch it happen to his son. He's got it in the bag now. XXXXXXXXXX. Akira marveled as her cousin regenerated his eyes and fought back. He wasn't holding back, and she knew why. Yurusi had to capture the soul of a living person to regain his eyes permanently. He must be trying to do it to Lee, she figured. Come on, little cousin. Kick his ass, she whispered as the people around her gagged. XXXXXXXXXX. Lee knew he had no choice and started to unwrap his bandages. They fell to the ground as he flared a new energy. Fifth gate. Open. With a blast of power, Lee's skin turned reddish-orange. Debris floated around him, and the bandages shot out at Yurusi. He ducked under them, but they went down and caught him. Lee tugged, and the boy flew forward. In a flash of yellow, the fight went skyward. A yellow lotus appeared over the floor as Lee increased his speed. Then fire covered his hands as he sped up his fists. Morning peacocks! Sounding of the war horn, screamed Yurusi. Lee hit the ground and dashed at Naruto as a war horn echoed through his ears. He threw his fist, but the flames extinguished themselves, and Naruto knocked the fist away. Then he kneed Lee in the stomach and slammed his head into his knee, cracking the nose and jaw. Lee fell to the ground, and Sarutobi and Jeriah planted multiple seals all of the body, but they just soaked off. Leave him alone, and let's see what happens to him, said Naruto, and he reached for swords to deal with any naysayer. Winner, Yurusi of IWA. Anko, roll the names, said Hate. But we dash. Roll the goddamn names. Anko hit the button to activate the electronics. Match 10. Hinata, Hyuga versus Akato Yoroi. Kabuto's last teammate calmly faced Hinata. The girl had puffy eyes and a determined look on her face. Come on, Hinata. Kick his ass. Shut up, Sasuke, so they can start, yelled Naruto in Sasuke's ear. Hinata blushed at the comment, but the match began and Akato rushed at her. She activated her Byakugan and dodged a fist of chakra. She skipped back and caught him in her 8 trigrams and finished the match by blocking all his chakra points and kicking him in the balls. Whoa, Hinata can be evil. Sasuke hit Naruto on the back of the head as Hinata came over. Hey Hinata, you want to go out sometime? Or maybe dash. He never finished because she grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him into a kiss. I'll do anything you want, Sasuke, she whispered. Sasuke's heart rate started to speed up as Hinata walked away with some extra sway in her hips. Sasuke covered his nose. A few drops of blood started to fall out of the holes. Match 11. Dara versus Ramaru. Will the contestants please come down here? Yurusi's final team, mate who wore a large red cloak to cover him, slowly slugged down the stairs. Dara made 6 small birds and a spider. Ready to lose? Asked Ramaru. I'd be careful, Ramaru. Your ego could blow up on you. Ramaru laughed as a clay spider crawled up his cloak and under the cloth without him realizing. Begin the battle, yelled Hate. Ramaru spread his cloak wide to show thousands of explosive tags and bulky bombs. Art is the bomb, he yelled. I totally agree with you. Dara sent one of the birds over for Ramaru to inspect. He looked it up and down. Well, this is quite beautiful. The crowd started to sweat drop as the two started a conversation about art. Ramaru, you have great taste in art and I don't want to kill you. Look on the 400th tag to the right. Ramaru turned his orange-colored hair and brown eyes on the thousands of tiny bomb spiders that had split from the larger one. One command, and they explode and activate the tags. Give up now, and we can keep talking about art. The 5 birds flew at Ramaru as he closed the cloak. Proctor, I give up. I don't want to die. Winner of the 11th match, Dara, yelled Hate. The 2 genin walked up the stairs, talking about different pieces of art. Anko, the names, please. Can I choose them? She asked, jumping like a little kid up and down in the air. Go ahead, I guess. Yeah. 12th match. Hakumamochi versus Dosu Kinyuta.